is hereby called to order the Joint Committee hearing on the Subcommittee on resetting the first regular elections of the BARMM under the Mother Committee of the Local Government, the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation. The Committee on Finance is hereby called to order. I understand that in later hours, some members of the committees that I mentioned will join us, particularly Senator Lauren Legarda and Senator J.V. Ejercito. I would like to acknowledge with us today is our distinguished colleague from Cotabato, Congressman Edwin Cruzado of the 1st District of Cotabato, former Supreme Court Justice Adolfo Ascuna, dear friend of ours in the Senate, who has been with us ever since the crafting of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, from its inception, and the debates. The good justice has been with us at all times. As well as my compadre, Chairman George Garcia of the COMELEC. Thank you very much, sir. And together with all the commissioners of the COMELEC that are here today, we really appreciate that all of you are here. It's a show of support for this bill and, of course, the continued need for suffrage in the area. We also have with us Secretary Charlie Galvez, who's instrumental in this law and instrumental in pushing for peace in the region. Thank you all for coming. And of course, the BTA Parliament is here as well in full force, and several members that I've worked with. They were not even members of Parliament when I was working, like Attorney Nagib and all the others. I'm so happy to see all of you here today, and led by your Deputy Speaker, Shah Elijah Dumama Alba, and MP, of course, I mentioned earlier, Nagib, who helped me in crafting the BOL, and other Deputy Speakers that are here with us today. Maraming salamat, shukran for being with us. Now I'd like to request the Committee Secretary, Attorney J. Kerubin Fernandez, to acknowledge the rest of the guests.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. We would like to recognize our guests for today, starting from the Bangsamoro government. We have from the Office of the Chief Minister, to represent the Office of the Chief Minister, we have the Bangsamoro Attorney General, Attorney Norman Banduas. From the Office of the, to represent the Office of the Parliament Speaker, we have Attorney Shah Elijah Dumama Alba. From the Bangsamoro government, we have MP Attorney Nagib Sinarimbo. We also have Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan. We also have MP Abdul Karim Miswari, MP Baitan Ampatuan, MP Attorney Ishak Mastura. Also from the municipality of Cadayangan, we have Mayor Duma Madi Maskud. And from the part of the government agencies, we also have from the DILG, we have Yusek Marlo Iringan. From the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, or OPAPRU, we have Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr. We also have with him Executive Director Jordan Bayam. From the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we have Captain Norsal Dimaporo. From the Department of Budget and Management, we have Ms. Nihal Abdurrauf Pakalna. From our Commission on Elections, we have Chairman George Erwin M. Garcia and Commissioner Ernesto Maceda Jr. We have Commissioner Maria Norina Tangaro Kasingal and Commissioner Noli Pipo. From the Department of National Defense, we have Assistant Secretary Eric Lawrence D. From the Office of the Special Assistant to the President, we also have Assistant Secretary Ria Daniel Lumapas. From the Office of the Executive Secretary, we have Attorney Erich J. M. Ting. From our Commission on Elections also, BARMM Regional Election Director, Attorney Ray F. Sumalipaw. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Brigadier General Alan Manibog. From our CSOs, we have from the Citizenship and Parliament Initiative, we have Attorney Algamar Latip. From the Legal Network of Truthful Election, or LENTE, we have Attorney Rona Ann Caritos. From the Institute for Autonomy and Governance, we have Attorney Benedicto R. Bacani. From the Council for Climate and Conflict Action Asia, or CCAA, we have Ms. Lisel Bugtay. From the Coalition of Social Accountability and Transparency, or CSAT, we have Director Kuzaima Maranda. And from the United Bangsamoro Justice Party, we have Attorney Ali Lanang Jr. And with him is also Attorney Mary Ann Arnado. And lastly, from the national chairperson of NAMFREL, we have Mr. Angel Averia Jr. That's all for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much to our COMSEC. So allow me to just give a brief opening statement. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Peace be with you all. Thank you for joining us today's hearing. For today's hearing, this very urgent measure. It's a priority measure for us in the Senate, Senate Bill number 1587, resetting the first regular elections of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. I also wish to thank the good chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, our distinguished colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, for allowing us to head the subcommittee for this measure. Bilang taga Mindanao at bilang author at sponsor ng Bangsamoro Organic Law, napakalaga po sa akin na maipasa natin ang panukalang ito at may tuloy natin sa wakas ang halalan sa Bangsamoro Region. Kaya maraming salamat po muli kay Senator Jinggoy Estrada for allowing us to head this subcommittee and to act on this measure now. We've had 3 election postponements in the region so far, and it's starting to feel like we have trapped ourselves in a loop. This cycle of disenfranchisement is not where we want to be. 7 years since the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, this is not the future of the democratic peace and efficient governance that we envisioned for our region. This first parliamentary election scheduled for 2022 in the Bangsamoro Organic Law is now moot and academic. Yes, the postponements have been justified. In 2022, we needed time to account for the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which really wreaked havoc to government efficiency and delivery of service. Last year, we needed to address the districting problem caused by the Supreme Court's ruling that excluded Sulu from the BARMM, and therefore we had to postpone once again. But the fact is that we've had 3 postponements now, and there is simply no civil society where this should be acceptable. Suffrage is the very bedrock of democracy, and we have to respect that. I want to make sure that this latest postponement, and I've said this before, would be the final postponement. But we have to resolve some issues for this to happen. In September last year, the Supreme Court suspended the scheduled October 2025 elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao due to the unconstitutionality of the Bangsamoro Autonomy Act, or BAA number 77, or the Bangsamoro Parliamentary Redistricting Act, which was found to exhibit gerrymandering. The court found the law to be in violation of the Voters Registration Act, stating that far from being a mere technical irregularity, the timing and the substance of the BAA 77 directly contravenes the plain text of a national election law and violates the constitutional mandate that the enactments of autonomous regions must conform with the statutes of general application. In the same ruling, the court directed the BTA Parliament to enact the HEALD Redistricting Act by October 30, 2025, which would give the Commission of Elections enough time to prepare for the March 2026 elections. But this deadline, unfortunately, was unmet, and the new law was not passed until January 12 this year, which I'd like to also thank the BTA because they worked even during the holidays to enact this law, putting us once again in the risk of another postponement. And given practical and material considerations, it may not be feasible for the COMELEC to hold the elections in March. It is long past due for the elections to happen once and for all. It is a disservice to our people to leave them voiceless in choosing their own leaders and powerless in shaping the course of their own future. If we put elections off any longer, I'm afraid that we will be slowly undoing our work of peace and progress for the Bangsamoro region. Instead, we will begin to breed unrest and disillusionment. We will be going back instead of moving forward. And that's what I've been seeing in the last few weeks, and that's why I'm happy that the DILG is here together with the AFP and PNP, because we've been seeing in the last few weeks several skirmishes, ambushes done to our soldiers, even an RPG firing in national television for the world to see that in the Philippines, to get rid of a mayor who's a relative of one of our BTA officials here, they used an RPG which has captured now the imagination of everyone around the world. That in the Philippines, we don't just use guns, we use RPG, to do assassination attempts, which has been a black eye to our beloved country, our beautiful country. And it does not tell how much progress we've had done for peace in the region. I mean, 10 years ago, it was much worse. And you were dealing with bigger armed groups. Pero yun nga, natatakot nga kami kung ma-postpone ulit to. Ito ba isang sanhi ng kaguluhan? Yan ang dapat malaman natin ngayong araw na ito para maitulak po natin itong panukala at maibatas na as soon as possible. So, we have to strike a balance. How do we hold elections as soon as possible while still ensuring the complete and proper electoral preparations with the alignment in the Constitution and the Bangsamoro Organic Law? We cannot cut corners because doing so might just lead to another postponement, and we cannot afford that. So for today's hearing, I want us all to identify what the problems remain in the way of elections. And I want us all to work together to ensure that these problems are addressed immediately so that we can finally proceed with the elections at the soonest possible time this year. So my three main questions for everyone today is, number one, does the new Redistricting Act, the Bangsamoro Autonomy Act of number 86, now address the constitutional infirmities found in Bangsamoro or BAA number 77? That's a fundamental question. Because if it will be strike down again, wala na naman tayong magagawa kundi ma-postpone na naman. Assuming that the new number two, assuming that the new Redistricting Act is now constitutional, when would be the best, earliest, most feasible time for us to hold the elections? That is another fundamental question. There are proposals in the House of Representatives to make it September. Ours is, of course, March, which is now untenable. We're going to have to amend that, of course, in the bill. But what is the most ideal? And we'll also ask the COMELEC to expound on these issues. Number three, how do we handle the timeline of succeeding elections? Should we synchronize the 2028 national election? Should we synchronize it with the 2028 national election? Or should we establish a separate electoral timeline considering the provision of the Bangsamoro Organic Law that a member of parliament has a 3-year term? That's another thing. Because once we postpone it this year and you synchronize it to 2028, you will only have a 2-year term. Right? So we now have to see if it is legal or constitutional not to sync it with the 2028 or the general elections. So that's another question that we have to discuss today. I know that everyone in this room is united in our desire to engender peace and development in the Bangsamoro region. So I hope we can all commit to holding the elections soon. My fear is that escalating violence in the region is tied to repeated postponements of the elections. If this is truly the reason, then we must not delay this election any longer. We must not delay peace. The promise of the Bangsamoro Organic Law was to recognize the Bangsamoro people's rights to self-determination. I hope that we can all come together and honor this promise we gave to them. So maraming salamat po. And I'd like to recognize my distinguished colleague, our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, and a friend to the Bangsamoro. He was with us in our discussions for the BOL, very, very supportive from the very beginning. no other than Senator J.V. Ejercito. Sir, would you like to give a few words?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Magandang umaga po sila. Assalamualaikum. Our Bangsamoro brothers and sisters have waited 7 years to elect their leaders. In the previous Congress, as former chairperson of the Senate Committee on Local Government, we took up the cudgels, deliberated extensively, weighed the risks, and ultimately made the difficult decision to postpone the elections, setting a new date for October 2025. The decision to postpone came after the Supreme Court ruling, which excluded the province of Sulu from being part of the region. Today, we face another legal hurdle towards our collective undertaking of conducting the Bangsamoro parliamentary elections. The Supreme Court ruled nullifying Bangsamoro Autonomy Act No. 77 and the previous redistricting law of BARMM and ordered the postponement of the election, which was previously set on October 13 of 2025 under Republic Act 12123. What does this mean for the Bangsamoro people? While we are all committed to the pursuit of peace, we must remember that genuine peace comes from a genuine voice. It is born from the democratic exercise of the right to suffrage. Ang boses ng mamayan ang pundasyon ng anumang matatag na pamahalaan. Naging mahaba ang paglalakbay natin tungo sa kapayapaang tinatamasa natin ngayon. At nagsimula na pong mamulaklak ang mga binhi ng pag-asa at kapayapaang tinanim natin at mas lalo na po dapat nating pagyabungin. Makakatiyak po kayo na suportahan natin ang anumang panukala na magbibigay ng totoo at matatag na kapayapaan sa rehiyon. So I'd like to thank, of course, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, of course, the father of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And as he mentioned, I was with him from the very start, no, when we pushed for the Bangsamoro Organic Law, when we passed it. We traveled all over in Mindanao. We went around the areas. We're hoping that this will be the real direction, their way for lasting peace, and that's why I really support. We have tried all formulas, decades of strife, decades of conflict. No, nasubukan na po natin lahat, yung full military offensive, no, lahat po sinubukan na natin, all-out war. But the problem still remains. So with the Bangsamoro Organic Law, hopefully this will really pay to lasting peace. But we have to, hindi naman puro Bangsamoro Organic Law lang. We have to follow it up with a lot of things. So hopefully this will be the first, this will be historic. This will be the first election of the parliament under the Bangsamoro Organic Law for BARMM. And likewise, sabi ko nga, one of my advocacies, especially for Mindanao, is really, ang pang-follow up natin dito, yung livelihood, di ba? The cause of all of this rebellion, itong secessionist movement, is poverty, the root cause. So, dapat may follow-up tayo rito. So, one of my advocacies is infrastructure development. Hopefully, we can push for finally the Mindanao railway system, improve the airports, ports, because this will stimulate economic growth. We want jobs and opportunities for the people of Mindanao, for the people of Bangsamoro. Yeah, that's our long-term goal. But in the meantime, of course, I will support, of course, what my colleague, my brother, my friend will spearhead, especially he's the father of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, so he'll take the lead, and we will be here to support anything that will really pave the way to lasting peace in Mindanao. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Senator JV. As a matter of fact, he's like an adopted son. He's there in Mindanao all the time. He actually goes motorcycle riding. I believe this week you're going to be in which area? Somewhere in Mindanao.
Eastern Mindanao.
Eastern Mindanao. He's there all the time doing his motorcycle tourism. That's correct. So, and also, my dear colleagues, before I start the discussions, the world is watching. You know, when I met with, I took 16 European ambassadors to Bukidnon and Cagayan de Oro 2 weeks ago to see the peace and order situation there, and they had such a wonderful time being with their indigenous peoples. They were so amazed at the development of Mindanao. They could not believe how fast the growth of Mindanao is. They were also amazed by the reports from the PSA that our poverty incidences have been going down in conflict-stricken areas. It's a big jump. The improvement is a big jump. And they all credit it, the ambassadors and the world, different organizations around the world and parliaments around the world credit it to our Bangsamoro Organic Law and the implementation of the government's peace program. So much so that I've had 2 delegations looking at the Bangsamoro Organic Law as also a possible solution to their problems in their country. One was a delegation of members of parliament from Thailand. From Thailand. They came because the southern part of Thailand, which is boundary to Malaysia, also has a dispute. They have problems also with their, how do you say, quest for autonomy. So they actually came here and they studied our law. They were so appreciative of how we did it. So, sayang po, napakasayang ng ating ginawang trabaho. As a matter of fact, we chronicled it in a book that I will plug. You can buy in National Bookstore. It is The Road to Peace, who, by the way, is a National Book nominee for best in profession. Because it chronicles, and nandun kayo. Marami sa inyo nandun sa librong yun. Si Nagib, si MP Tan, Nabil, and all the of course, Charlie Galvez was still a general at the time, and Justice Ascuna was also there in that book. Did we give a copy to Justice Ascuna? So, that's a reminder of all the hard work that we did. This was probably one of the most difficult bills to go through Congress. It took us a year, it took us a year to pass. We have Congressman Cusado here from Cotabato. And it was really a difficult path to take. So, napakasayang, di ba? Nag-iyakan tayo. We all cried when we passed it in tears because finally, our friends from the different groups, whether they're armed or unarmed, whether they're civil society or government, we were all in tune with one direction, was to promote peace in Mindanao. So, let's start the ball rolling. There's a request from my compadre and my dear friend, Chairman George Garcia, to be recognized first. Also because he will give us the timelines. But sana po, may tanong ako kanina on the possible timelines for the elections. But he will give us the timelines previously on why we have come to this. So we'd like to recognize now our distinguished good friend and chairman on the Commission on Elections, no other than Chairman George Garcia. Sir, you have the floor.
Magandang umaga, Mr. Chair, honorable member of this committee. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Although some of the timelines that I'm going to mention were already mentioned by the honorable chairperson, however, it's very important so that we will be able to come up with an answer to the question, when do we really conduct the election in the Bangsamoro? Of course, under the organic law, which the honorable chairperson authored, there are 80 members of the parliament. Sa 80 po na members ng parliament, 32 po dyan ay parliamentary district representatives, 40 ay ang mga miyembro ng political parties, yung mga nominees po nila, at 8 para sa sectoral organizations. So, lahat po siya, sabi ng organic law, should be elected directly by the people. However, in the election code as promulgated and enacted by the Bangsamoro Parliament, nakalagay po doon sa 8 ay magkakaroon lang sila ng assembly for the first election. Wala pong direct election coming up sa Bangsamoro parliamentary election. By assembly lang po sila. So kung merong 6 na sectors, yung 6 na sectors magkikita-kita, mag-assembly, and they will have to choose their representative to the parliament. Sa 32 po, nagkaroon tayo ng problema because yung original na Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 58, yung po included doon ang Sulu pa. Yung 32 seats allocated for the parliamentary districts ay 7 po doon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, para po sa Sulu. And so, nung lumabas po yung decision ng Supreme Court sa province of Sulu versus the Executive Secretary, ay nagkaproblema po dahil they will have to distribute the 7 seats to the remaining provinces of Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, Lanao del Sur, Maguindanao Norte, and Maguindanao Sur, and the Special Geographic Area. So kaya po, yung existing law natin, yung Republic Act 12123, dapat talaga ang Bangsamoro parliamentary election ay kasabay ng May 12, 2025 national and local election. Kung kaya nga lamang po ito'y na-postpone because of that law 12123 na kung saan ito po, Mr. Chair, ay na-reset ng October 13, as you have mentioned, last year ng 2025. So, yun po yung pinaghandaan namin. At that time, ang existing na batas pa rin, Mr. Chair, ay yung Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 58 na 32 seats pa rin para sa parliamentary districts. Kasi nga po, hindi pa naman po, wala pang sumunod na batas na kung saan dinidistribute yung 7. So several weeks or at least 2 or 3 weeks before the election of October 13, nagpasa po ang Bangsamoro Parliament ng BAA number 77. Yung BAA 77 this time, set aside BAA 58, at yung BAA 77 ay nag-distribute na ng 7 sa natitirang provinces na binention po natin kanina. So, ang nangyari po, somebody went to the Supreme Court, I think one of the petitioner went to the Supreme Court who is present right now, ay nag-question sa Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court rendered a decision declaring unconstitutional not only BAA 77 but likewise the original BAA 58. So, the COMELEC was left with no law to implement by October 13. And that's why, because of the decision of the Supreme Court, napilitan po tayo na hindi ituloy ang October 13, 2025 Bangsamoro parliamentary election. Sa decision po ng Supreme Court, very clear. Number 1, kinakailangan the Bangsamoro Parliament will have to enact a new districting law. And they will have to do that by October 30, 2025. Very clear, October 30, 2025. In fact, nagbigay pa po ng palugit naman ang ating pong Korte Suprema. Hindi man minention po ng Supreme Court yung November 30, pero very clear that the districting law to be enacted must be compliant with the 120 days before the election prescribed by Section 5 of Republic Act 8189, which the Honorable Chairman likewise mentioned, yung ating pong continuing registration law. Meaning, walang alteration ng municipalities, precincts, whatsoever during the 120 days before the election. Pag kinumpute po natin yan, ang 120 days, babagsak po yan, mga more or less, March 30. Ang sabi naman po, ikaw, COMELEC, if they are able to pass a districting law by October 30, or sabihin na natin November 30, 2025, you have to conduct the election not earlier than until at least hindi lalampas ng March 31, 2026. That's why, in compliance with the directive of the Honorable Supreme Court, on November 7, the COMELEC promulgated the calendar of activities and we set the date of the Bangsamoro parliamentary election by March 30, Mr. Chair. That is on the assumption that hopefully the Bangsamoro government will be able to pass a new districting law, which unfortunately was not done by the Honorable Parliament, and they were able to do that on January 12. That's why po, before we pass another resolution saying that because of operational and legal issue, pumasok na po sa 120 days eh. Operationally, hindi na rin po namin kaya ang March 30. That's why we postponed the March 30, supposedly Bangsamoro parliamentary election. In fact po, very crucial, yung sa bago nilang batas, Mr. Chair, you mentioned BAA number 86. Yan po yung bagong districting law. Nakalagay po dyan, it will be effective only 15 days after publication in 2 newspapers of circulation in the area. The first publication was made on January 21. The second publication was made on January 27. That's why the effectivity of that law will only be by February 11. So ngayon po, February 5. So hindi pa po effective yung districting law nila. And that's why the COMELEC was in quandary when we are going to conduct the election. Supposedly, Mr. Chair, we will be prepared to conduct the election by May. By May, if we are to follow the districting law passed by the Parliament. Even if medyo na late ang publication, or even if may 15 days publication, we can conduct the election by May, even if it is an automated election. However, Mr. Chair, there are developments. And the most important development was the other week, last week lang po, and the members of the Parliament present here right now can confirm that. They amended certain provisions of the election code, which you did not mention in your speech, Mr. Chair. First, what were the sections or provisions amended? Number one, tinanggal po nila ang none of the above. Sa kanila po, first time in the history of our electoral process, meron po silang none of the above option. Meaning to say, when you vote for the members of the parliament, for the legislative district, may panghuli po siya na choice na none of the above. Doon naman po sa political parties na pagbobotohan, meron din po silang choice na none of the above. Tinanggal po yan ng ating kagalang-galang na parlamento. Okay, number two, they reduce the threshold na pwedeng makuha dapat ng isang political party from 4%, ginawa po nila itong 2.5%. Question. Yung tinanggal po yung none of the above at saka po yung ni-reduce from 4% to 2.5, will that alter the timeline of the commission, our internal? No. Still, we can proceed with the May 2026 election kung sakasakaling gugustuhin po ng Kongreso na May 2026. May mga binago pa po silang dagdag, Mr. Chair. Pinagsama-sama na po sa sa mga amendments ng election code. Binago rin po nila yung pong manner of election of the sectoral organization o sectoral representative. Binanggit ko po kanina, Mr. Chair, dapat by assembly. Ngayon po, yung pong members of the sectoral organization except one will be elected directly by the people. So para pong party list na. And therefore, originally wala po yan. Ngayon po ipiprint na yung pangalan ng lahat ng sectoral organization. Although binago nila, hindi na po organization na ila-reflect kung hindi pangalan ng tao na nominee ng organization sa balota. Wala po yan sa aming original na na-print dati. And therefore po, Mr. Chair, magbabago muli yung ating ballot face po natin. Ngayon po, so kahit po binago nila direct election, wala pa rin pong effect yan kay COMELEC sa ating possible timeline. Kung tatanungin tayo ng Kongreso, pwede pa rin po ang May. Meron lang po silang binagong dalawa na sa aming palagay makaka-apekto sa timeline natin. Yun po ay sinet aside po ng Parliament ang lahat ng accredited political parties. Ang nagpa-accredit po sa amin, ang accredited namin 10, 7 ang nag-manifest na magpa-participate sila sa Bangsamoro parliamentary election. Meaning to say, set aside lahat yung 10 and opening up the accreditation process once again. Back to zero po tayo. Mr. Chair, it took us almost 3 months to accredit the political parties. Very important the political parties because yung political parties will constitute 40 parliamentary seats sa parliament. Of the 80, kalahati po yun, Mr. Chair. So, may panghuli po sila, may isa pa po silang binago din. Yung pong lahat ng sectoral organizations na magpa-participate, supposedly originally sa assembly, ngayon ay directly to be elected, sinet aside din po lahat ng parliament at nag-back to zero po lahat. We will have to likewise conduct a new accreditation. It will take us at least 4 months depending on the number of filers for accreditation. Nung nakaraan po, we accredited almost 200 out of the 1,500 sectoral organizations who sought accreditation before the COMELEC. So kung ganun po kadami at baka po mas madami pa ang magpa-file ng accreditation, then therefore the month of May may not be the proper time to conduct the election because surely by that time baka po nagpapa-accredit pa lang kami. And we are going to open again the filing of the certificates of candidacies. And at the same time, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, maliban po doon ay maliban sa accreditation filing, we have to understand that we are going to conduct the election via automated system. Under Republic Act 12123, which until today is a valid law, ang hindi lang naman po nasunod doon sa 12123 na batas ay yung October 13. Until today, that's a valid law, nakalagay po dyan that the Bangsamoro parliamentary election is a continuation of the May 12 national and local elections. Sinabi doon, lahat ng ginamit ni COMELEC na gamit, equipments, facilities, etc., will be the same thing that will be used for purposes of the conduct of the Bangsamoro parliamentary election. In fact, the problem at sa batas na yun, nakalagay po na ito ay continuation ng national and local election. Therefore, kung sino lang ang botante at the time of the May 12, 2025 elections, siya lang ang pwedeng bumoto sa Bangsamoro parliamentary election. That's why until today, Mr. Chair, the registration in the Bangsamoro is suspended. But because we already postponed that March 30, we're going to lift the suspension. By February 9, we're going to allow the voters in the Bangsamoro to register up to March 30. Why is that important? Because we will be pushing for the legislation to state that those who will be allowed to vote are the voters at the time of the election. Kahit po kailan pa yung election na yan. So that we are not going to disenfranchise the voters in the Bangsamoro. Hindi na po dapat natin sundin yung 1 to 1, 2, 3. Dapat po makasama sa i-amend yun ang pabotohin natin botante at the time of the election. So, may I respectfully repeat, Mr. Chair, yung lahat ng binago po ng Parliament na mga na-mention ko na first provisions, wala pong effect sa conduct na election sa timeline, except yung accreditation ng new political parties and accreditation of the sectoral organization. There is one issue that I would like to bring to the attention of the Honorable Senate. Yan po yung issue ng Datu Udin Sinsuat. Maganda po matalakay na because when we were in the House of Representatives, I did not discuss that. But it's very important so that we will be guided kung anong gagawin. Mr. Chair, even if we are to fix the date of the election, for example, your committee will be able to recommend the fixing of the date. There is this law enacted by the Parliament, which until today had not yet been implemented, but COMELEC will be obliged to implement it later. And that is the division of the Datu Udin Sinsuat into 3 municipalities. Anong ibig sabihin po niyan, Mr. Chair? Kung mag-fix tayo ng isang date, halimbawa po September, like what the House of Representatives had proposed, if at the middle or during the interregnum from now to September, i-insist po sa amin ni Parliament to conduct a plebiscite para sa paghahati-hati ng Datu Udin Sinsuat, we are going to conduct the plebiscite. The problem, Mr. Chair, is we are going to again amend the districting law because the 3 municipalities will definitely have to be distributed to the different parliamentary districts in Maguindanao North, and therefore yung present districting law, which is BAA number 86, will no longer be the same BAA that will be implemented by the Commission on Elections. So perhaps, I would like to take this opportunity, members of the Parliament are here, so that they can perhaps, because they have to answer that question. Kung ipipilit po sa amin magkaroon tayo ng plebisito, Mr. Chair. Sabihin na po natin, Mr. Chair, gawin namin ng plebisito April or May. Question, will the Honorable Parliament be able to pass a new districting law before September? Kung September po ang plano natin na election. Because otherwise, even if we are to fix, then September will not be the date of the conduct of because we're going to conduct new voter registration, we're going to conduct again the filing of the candidacy at least in the area, because nga po bago na naman pong districting. Yan po yung senaryo na hinaharap po ng COMELEC.
Thank you, Attorney George. Pero, Chairman, the cutting up of, let's say, I do not know about this, no, of that municipality, is it the town of, which
Datu
town?
Udin Sinsuat, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
That is now, under the districting law, BAA 86, now is in a particular district, right?
The
So-
entire municipality, Mr.
Correct.
Chair.
But it is part of a district now, of the redistricting law.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So therefore, even if they chop that up into 3 parts, it should still remain in that district. Correct? Hindi naman siguro lilipat yung towns dun sa ibang districts.
Although the question, Mr. Chair, will may be answered by the members of the Parliament,
Correct.
but on
My
our
question,
understanding,
George, my question, Chairman, is this. Would it be in your power as COMELEC to make that decision? Kasi we will set the date. We'll set the date. At sasabihin mo na sa kanila, whether you like it or not, finish or not finish, please pass your paper kasi COMELEC eh. So you will only recognize it there, of that district. And then if there will be succeeding amendments, maybe that is to be taken up for the next election. You can put your foot down eh. Never-ending story po ito. Obviously, with due respect to my brothers and sisters in the BTA. If they want to delay, all they have to do is pass a local law and say na ganito mangyari to put a monkey wrench into the whole system to stop the elections. We cannot allow that. Di ba? We have to stand firm as national government also, the big brother of the BTA, and say, no, this is it. We are going to have an elections in whether you like it or not, and that the subdivided town will have to concur with the decision of the COMELEC that they will still be remaining in this district. Parang ganun lang naman yun eh. Kasi yung BARMM parliamentary elections, Chairman, you're choosing members of the parliament. Hindi naman yan local, so you're not choosing mayor, you're not choosing governor, you're not choosing councilors. So your ballot will be very simple. It's only for that particular area, member of parliament, and party, and representation. So parang tatlong tanong lang yun eh, sa balota. So it should be easier. So I think I would not just encourage, I think I urge the government agencies that are here, we will do our part in the Senate, they will do their part in the House, we will come together in a BICAM, decide the date. We will decide the date. Once the date is etched in law, dapat yan, we give the power to COMELEC to say, this is it. Diba? Kayo na ang magsabi na, wag na, do not entertain anymore possible scenarios for postponement. Because that is the job of the COMELEC. Yes, Chairman.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, Section 20 of the Organic Law provides for the powers of the Parliament, and therefore, the power really to fix the date of the election belongs to Congress. It's very clear. The power to determine how to distribute the municipalities into districts absolutely belongs to the Parliament. And therefore, the COMELEC is just there to implement any law that the national government will be enacting, and the Parliament, in this particular case, the Bangsamoro Parliament, will be passing. So wala po kaming choice, Mr. Chair, and that's why po, kahit mag-fix po kami ng date na, o tayo po mag-fix ng date, kung may mga pagbabago muli doon sa election code, that will definitely affect the preparation, Mr. Chair.
Pero Chairman, for example, you'll be having an election in Rizal Province because we lost a congressman. That was within your power to call for the special elections. Kayo yung nagtawag noon eh. You didn't need law from Congress to pass or to push for that special election. Because we give full authority to the COMELEC when it comes to matters on the electoral process. So, ang akin lang dyan, Chairman, do not cede your power. You can always say that when we pass the law for their elections, dapat yan, ituloy ang eleksyon. Kung meron kayong changes, after na, pag-usapan. Yan, pwede nang ma-arrange yan after the elections. Kasi, we're gonna give, again, I said, with due respect to our dear colleagues in the BTA, I'm not saying that they're doing this, but of course, there are some interest there. Gusto nila ma-postpone. Ang interest ng ating kababayan, ating bansa ay tuloy na. Or else, katawa-tawa tong BOL natin. Remember, I was one of those, because I did that vote in 2011, I voted against the appointment, the postponement and appointment of ARM, then ARM, I think Senator JV was already a senator then, of the Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. It was myself and President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos. And because of that, you know, they pressured me and all, kasi nagalit ka daw yung administration doon sa akin, why did I vote against the wishes to postpone the elections and appoint a caretaker? And we all know who became the caretaker, who was a dear friend of mine as well. But my point was, ever since then, that has been my position. If you want to grant autonomy to our brothers and sisters in Muslim Mindanao, huwag natin gawing katawa-tawa. Bigyan natin sa kanila yung autonomy na yan. Let them decide their fate and their future, not national government. Because every time we postpone, there will be an extension and appointment of new leaders, Chairman.
Yes,
And I
Mr.
think,
Chair.
you now see the importance of this. That's why I'm actually appealing to COMELEC. Once we pass the law and already set the date, which is acceptable by the gentlemen and women of the COMELEC, tuloy na natin. Tuloy na natin kasi kung hindi, baka makontempt pa tayo ng Supreme Court. It is possible that the Supreme Court will say, there you go, go again. Remember, the Supreme Court said to stop postponing it already. And we should already continue with the electoral suffrage that they deserve.
Yes, Mr. Chair, kung pwede nga lang po talaga, but because the COMELEC is really there under Article 9C just to implement and enforce laws. For example, Mr. Chair, in the case of the one that you cited, in relation to local government, the special election in Antipolo, that's because under the Constitution, the COMELEC is mandated to conduct a special election not earlier than 60 days, but not later than 90 days before or after the creation of the vacancy. So tali po yung kamay namin doon. In this particular case, Mr. Chair, kung halimbawa po nag-fix tayo ng date and a legislation is passed na nagsasabi na, for example, that will violate 120 days before the election, so we will have to comply. The COMELEC will always have to comply. Yun po yung sa aming rule. And so, maybe really the commitment, what perhaps from the Parliament is really to ask whether there will be additional amendments. Kasi po kami, dito sa pinaka-latest na amendments, yung pinaka-bagong-bago, yung madami, dun po, pwede na kami mag-fix, but beyond May, definitely. Hindi na po talaga kaya ng May.
Pero
Kung
Chairman,
sakali.
Chairman, no, under the BOL kasi, as we craft the BOL law, national laws cannot be superseded by the local laws of the autonomous region. So, if we set it already, the date is set already, approved by both houses of Congress, that is a Republic Act. That is a national law, which they must comply. And therefore, COMELEC will be urged to comply under that law.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But the problem po, Mr. Chair, is we will comply with the date. Wala pong problem doon because only Congress can fix the date. But however, the subject matter of the election is not for the national legislature to enact, but it is for the local legislature, in this case the Parliament, to enact, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, you have also the power, for example, last elections, and I will not anymore mention the name of the city or the name of the senator because we had a shouting match here in plenary. There was no law to come up with a new district for that particular city, but the COMELEC decided to have an election to decide. The COMELEC decided that you can now vote for this part of the city, for this set of councilors. Kayo po nag-decide yan eh. Kasi walang batas. It was only a concurrent resolution of both houses. Correct? So
Yes,
akin
Mr.
lang,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman, use your power and authority. This is more than just technicalities. This is peace that we're talking about in my hometown of Mindanao. So yan ang request namin. But I'd like to recognize, Chairman, before you proceed, a member of Parliament who would like to be recognized, Attorney Nagib of the BTA. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the Honorable Senator Estrada, Chair of Ejercito. Yes. Thank you, sir. The BTA, sir, our commitment is that we should give primordial consideration to holding the elections this year so that once and for all, we can give our people the democratic choice as to who would be their leaders. We made the two laws earlier mentioned by the good chair of the commission. One was to respond to the decision of the Supreme Court, arising out of the separation of Sulu from the BARMM. And therefore, it is important that we do the redistricting law so that we can redistribute the 7 seats originally allocated for Sulu. And which is why we enacted BA 77. As a consequence again of the decision to declare unconstitutional the 2 districting laws, BA 77 and the earlier one, BA 58, we needed to come up with a districting law because the candidates would not have a district where they can file their certificate of candidacy kasi wala ho tayong districting law eh. So we would not know kung saan magfa-file yung mga kandidato. And so we pushed for the passage of BA 86. This is the new districting law that allocated the 32 parliamentary seats in the whole territory, remaining territory of the BARMM. The other legislation, which was enacted by the Parliament, pertains to democratizing further the political process in the Bangsamoro. This is Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 88 po. Kasi ho, dalawa. Una ho ay masyadong mataas yung threshold for political parties na 10,000. At the national level, 500 lang ho eh. Pwede ka na mag-register as a political party. In the case of the Bangsamoro, as a consequence of the very high threshold for registering political parties, marami hong gustong mag-register na political parties na hindi natuloy. Like Isama, for instance, a political party that's based in the island provinces. Kasi hindi nila kaya yung 10,000 and then presence in all of the provinces and the cities and majority of the municipalities. Hindi ho nila kakayanin yon. Yun naman pong threshold na 4% para ho maka-obtain ka ng seats sa parliament for political parties, masyado ring mataas. At the national level, it's just 2%. So, maraming hindi aabot doon. So, in effect, pagka ho sinustain natin yon, made-deprive natin yung mga constituents natin na makasali sila doon sa parliament. I think the original intent really of the BOL was to allow people and organizations and aggregation to participate in a democratic election. In fact, kung yung mga remaining rebel groups na hindi pa nagpi-peace agreement sa atin, pagka may chance sila, pwede sila mag-organize ng political party at maging democratic na lang yung participation nila sa atin. So kaya ho, binabari natin ng 2.5, yung 4% na yon, para ho may chance sa lahat na mapunta. Yung pong issue doon sa sectoral representation, sir, is a constitutional challenge that we needed to address. Kasi ho, under the Constitution, Article 10, yung representation in the assembly of the autonomous region is very clear, by election. Wala ho siyang exception. We will be stretching beyond legal recognition yung concept of election if we allow yung assemblies of organizations. Because in reality, that's not an election. So, meron na ho mga pending petition against that. At ina-anticipate na ho natin na magro-rule yung Supreme Court, masi-set aside yon, magkakaroon ulit ng issue doon sa membership in the parliament. And again, this may lead again into another postponement. So, kinlear na ho natin yon para ho wala na tayong problema. Ang exception lang naman na ni-recognize ng BOL is for non-Moro indigenous people. Kasi yung recognition ng traditions nila, na iba yung system of electing their leaders. So yun lang ho ang may exception. Ang kaso lang ho dun sa original na electoral code ng BARMM, lahat ho nung sectors ay in-exempt niya na wala naman sa national law na BOL. So kinorek na ho natin yun para ho hindi na tayo umabot doon sa punto na magiging question ulit yun. So what we feel at the VTA is sufficient enough yung legal framework created to allow for the conduct of an election. Wala na hong remaining na legal challenge. And so we feel that we should have the elections this year. Kasi ho ready na ho lahat yung batas at wala na ho tayong ina-anticipate na magiging problema. Of course, ang legal issue lang naman, which I think should be decided by the Senate and the Congress, ay yung issue ng fixed term. Gaya ho nung sinabi nyo, kung gagawin po yung election this year at magsisynchronize tayo to comply with the synchronization ruling in the Abaskida case, 28 yon. At masasacrifice natin yung fixed term na 3 years. Ang pangalawa ho ay hindi natin i-synchronize. Gagawin natin election ngayon, we will comply with the fixed term requirement of the Constitution and the law because it's very clear eh. Yung isa ho ay jurisprudence lang yon in the Abaskida case. Ito, clear constitutional provision, clear na legal provision ng batas na dapat fixed term yung mga members ng parliament na may elect. So, yun po ay choice na pwedeng gawin basta't may legal basis. So as far as we're concerned, the parliament is committed to ensuring na wala nang dagdag na magiging problema arising out of the parliament's action. Kasi nandyan na ho sufficient enough yung legal framework to conduct the elections. We're hoping Congress, under its mandate to set the date for elections, would already set it in due consultation with the commission. Kasi sila ho talaga yung operation side ng election, sila ho talaga makaka-determine nun. Maraming salamat po.
Attorney Nagib, MP Nagib, yung ano lang, yung rinaise ni Chairman George, okay naman siya, wala naman silang problema. Yung may rinaise lang siyang issue na possibly could cause a snag, which is that, was it the town of Datu Sinsuat? The town of Datu Sinsuat. Will that create a problem, you think? Kasi hahatiin yata ng tatlo. So will that be creating a problem for them in the COMELEC?
Mr. Chair, ang humble submission ho namin ay in terms of sequencing, we prioritize yung plebiscite or the elections muna in the parliament. We can deal with the plebiscite for the division of the municipality of Datuudin Sinsuat after the election. Otherwise, mag-i-increase yung pressure sa atin pagka dinivide mo yan eh. Kasi yung district na nandun yung Datuudin would now constitute 5 na munisipyo. Mag-i-increase yung pressure nila na kailangan namin ma-distribute yung seats. So, sa amin ho, kung kakayanin po ng commission na unahin na natin yung election, saka na ho tayo mag-plebiscite sa division, baka ho yun ang mas reasonable na pass sa atin po.
Yeah, so Chairman, I think that's very clear. It's within you. I think it's within your power to say na after wala tayong time, election muna tayo ng BARMM Parliament, then we can conduct the plebiscite after.
In that case, Mr. Chair, we have no problem so long as it is coming from the Parliament, because any resolution coming from the Parliament that they wanted to conduct a plebiscite, especially if they're going to give the COMELEC a budget, we will have to conduct the plebiscite, Mr. Chair. So if there is this guarantee that they will not push for the conduct of the plebiscite before the conduct of the election, then there's no problem with the commission election. We can conduct the election in 2026. That's what we are saying. Let us conduct the election in 2026, surely and definitely not in 2027, and surely and definitely not in 2028.
Thank you. Before I recognize really quickly Senator JV, we'll go back to the flow, the original flow. We already allowed Chairman George to speak on the timelines and possible snags. But I'd like to also, after the questioning of Senator JV, go back to the BTA to present to us BAA 86 on its constitutionality. Were you able to address the unconstitutionality of 77? And then once you have already presented your case that BAA 86 is already confirmed constitutionally, I will now ask our constitutionalist here, particularly Justice Ascuna, to give his opinion if they have already complied with the requirements set by the Supreme Court in the last Supreme Court ruling. So yes, Senator JV, I should recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We postponed the elections last year, no, under, we passed a law, I was then the chair of the Committee on Local Government, to give time for the legal issues to be resolved also. Kasi may mga legal issues tayo nun. So we gave it enough time. Kaya unfortunately, events took place, again, the October 30, supposedly, 2025 elections was likewise so because of the Supreme Court decision. Now that, of course, as mentioned by our chair, long overdue na elections. No? The people of the Mindanao, especially Bangsamoro, want to have their own leaders elected already. This will be historic. Now that, according to Chairman George Garcia, March 30, 2036, the date has been declared legally and operationally impossible now. Just want to ask also to give the committee an idea, what is the earliest possible credible election that you can conduct once Congress passes a law? For example, this month, ano po yung earliest possible date?
Mr. Chair, because of the opening of the filing of accreditation, and depending on the number of applicants for accreditation, as I have mentioned earlier, during the last accreditation process, 1,500 more or less filed for accreditation as sectoral organizations, and there were about more or less 20 those who filed for accreditation. It took us 3 months to 4 months to accredit sectoral organizations. So, Mr. Chair, That's why during the hearing in the House, we agreed, indeed, okay, we will join with the voices of most of present here to conduct the election by September.
I follow up na rin, Mr. Chair, before we can already go back to the BTA. How many days or months does COMELEC need to prepare for the BARMM elections, just in case a new law is passed?
Mr. Chair, depending on the modifications or amendments to be introduced. Because we are an automated election. Automated po tayo, Mr. Chair. Kung manual po ang election natin, kahit May, lahat ng binago po nila, we conduct the election by May. No problem po sa amin. But if you're going to conduct an automated election and you have to change the source code of the machines, yung source code po kasi, Mr. Chair, ng machine yan, ng brain ng machines, you need 8 months before you can prepare the source code and etc. So question, base po ba sa mga binago ng Parliament ay magbabago ang source code? Based on our analysis, no. But however, maday-delay po ang ating pong conduct na election, certainly not on the second or third quarter, but perhaps on the last quarter of the year because, Mr. Chair, of the accreditation of political parties and accreditation of sectoral organizations.
So, Chairman, you're telling the committee so that we can be guided accordingly. You're happy with September. The commission is happy with September because that's also the proposal of the House. Kaya na by September.
Yes, Mr. Chair, definitely. The COMELEC can do it by September.
Okay. All right. So at least we can be guided accordingly. So thank you, Chairman, for that, and we will be guided accordingly. Who will be speaking on behalf of the BTA on particularly this issue of the BAA 86? Who will do the presentation? Attorney Nagib, please. So yun, I brought out 3 issues kanina, di ba? Yung gerrymandering, basically, what happened there, Justice Ascuna, is the original one had the non-contiguous districts. And then I believe one was because of the national law na 120 days use of registration, hindi na ipasok, so kaya na-violate. Are we already clear with this, attorney? MP?
Thank you, Chair. Yung pong Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 86 was really enacted to respond to the issues raised in the Supreme Court decision. Yun ho talaga ang sinagot nung Bangsamoro Autonomy Act 86, the new districting law. If you recall, Mr. Chair, doon sa ruling ng Supreme Court, isa sa mga ni-raise nila ay yung hindi pagkakatabi-tabi nung mga munisipyo na kinlaster into a parliamentary district. In particular, 3 areas ho yung minimension. Lanao del Sur, lalo na ho yung nasa northeast ng lake. Ito yung cluster ng Taguluan, Kapay, and the rest of the municipalities. Pangalawa ho ay Cotabato City. In particular, very specific, Barangay Poblacion 7, separated from the second parliamentary district dahil po sa ilog. So, yun ang pangalawa. Pangatlo ho ay yung sa Maguindanao del Norte. In particular, yung cluster ng Kabuntalan na 2, Talitay, and the municipality of Sultan Mastura. Merong in-between na munisipyo. Ito yung Sultan Kudarat. So, ito yung 3 area. In BAA 86, if you would notice in the map, sir, yung Kapay Taguluan, yung pong Kapay na katabi ng Sagyaran, Piagapu at saka Marantao, yun na ho yung panibagong parliamentary district. Magkakadikit na ho ito. Literal, physical na compact, contiguous siya. Yung pong Cotabato City, yung Poblacion 7, ay hindi na ho kaparti ng second parliamentary district ng Cotabato City. Ito ho ay naidagdag doon sa mga barangays na kinlaster natin with the Kabuntalan na 2 at saka yung Talitay. Physically connected na rin ho ito. Hindi na ho ito kagaya noon dati na merong kang pagitan na munisipyo ng Sultan Kudarat. Even in BAA 58, yung nauna hong districting law, yung pong cluster ng Kabuntalan na 2 ay nakadagdag sa kanya yung UPI at saka Datublasin Suat. Yung pong 2 munisipyo na yon ay nakahiwalay doon sa Kabuntalan because of the municipality of Datuudin Sinsuat. So even in 58, meron kang physical na non-contiguity doon sa naunang districting law. Ito ho ay in-address na natin, pinagtabi-tabi natin. Despite the fact na yung batas naman nagsasabi, yung physical contiguity ay as far as practicable. At pangalawa ho, yung gerrymandering na jurisprudence in the US, clear ho yun, dalawa ang kailangan mong i-establish. One ay deliberate at intentional yung paggrupo-grupo, maski na magkakahiwalay, para ho paboran ng isang kandidato kaya political party. In the ruling of the Supreme Court, wala hong discussion nun, wala hong proof nyon na merong nag-resort para lang ma-determine yung outcome ng election at mapaboran yung isa. Literal lang ho talaga na sinabi ng Supreme Court, kailangan magkakadikit-dikit at walang interpretation nung phrase na as far as practicable in the provision on how do we make sure na magkakasama yung mga clusters ng mga munisipyo. So, sa tingin ho namin, in-address na natin yon. Maski ho tingnan nyo sa mapa, magkakadikit-dikit na ho ito. Hindi na ho issue yung contiguity. Ang pangalawa ho ay yung 120 days before the conduct of an election na hindi tayo pwedeng mag-districting dahil indirectly ay mamumove natin yung mga precincts which is prohibited under the registration law. I think with the resolution coming from the Commission on Elections na lifted yung calendar, wala nang prohibition doon sa pagpasa ng batas nung January doon sa districting. So, as far as we are concerned, Mr. Chair, na-address na ho natin very surgically yung issues na ni-raise ng Supreme Court sa atin. Magkakadikit-dikit na ho itong mga territories na ito po.
So, on the, maybe we can allow Justice a few more minutes, but maybe with Chairman George. Chairman George, so with this new timeline that's coming up, this will no longer be in violation of the Voters Registration Act.
Definitely no violation anymore, Mr.
No
Chair.
violation.
Because
So-
120 days po, sobra-sobra po yung 120.
As you can see, the map pala, ito po yung dating 77. That's why na ano po siya, Justice Ascuna, that's why saan ba yung mapa? Nawala. So ito yung mapa at nagkahiwalay-walay. That's why the Supreme Court declared it gerrymandering. Nawala yung ano, yan. So if you can see the yellow areas, that's one district. And obviously it was far away from another. And I think it is now addressed under the BA 86 amongst many other areas. Kasi meron din sa Lanao, meron din yata sa ibang area, no? Maguindanao. No? So, okay. So at least thank you, Chairman, for answering that it's no longer a violation of the Voters Registration Act. How would you like to comment, Justice Ascuna, also, if we'd like to ask your opinion kung complied na sila dito sa issue na ito? Para at least we can get from a constitutionalist, no, that we have at least, or they have done their best, no, to be able to comply. Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the possible challenges to the constitutionality of the redistricting, I remember when we were considering these matters in the Constitutional Commission, what we were thinking of is that the districts must be, to be declared one district, they must be contiguous in territory. And there was some discussion on what contiguous means in view of the peculiar terrain of Mindanao, that sometimes they are separated by mountains, although they are not very far apart. So we give allowance for that, and we take into account the communities involved if they consider themselves together as a one community, even if they're separated by a mountain, we consider it contiguous. So we're very liberal in that matter. And what we have in mind is the voluntary will of the people. That's why we allowed special geographic areas, because normally only provinces and cities can vote for inclusion or exclusion from the autonomous region. But we carve out municipalities that have peculiar characteristics that may be allowed to opt to join the autonomous region, and we call this special geographic areas. There are, of course, emergent problems regarding these special geographic areas because they are carved out of provinces that are not members of the autonomous region. And these SGAs also want to become new provinces, so that this has to be addressed by Congress. But the primary task right now, in my view, Mr. Chair, is to hold the elections. And to do that, under the light of the Supreme Court decisions, you have to finish redistricting the region for purposes of holding the elections. So that is the priority. And you must do this in coordination with the COMELEC so that whatever is done is doable as far as they are concerned. And then the time frame, when can this be accomplished so that we can have the elections as soon as possible. We must remember, Mr. Chair, that regular elections are considered fundamental guardrails of democracy. So that if you remove regular elections, you endanger democracy in any state, in any situation. So we must not be postponing so many times this right of our people in the autonomous regions to elect their own representatives. So I am glad that this committee and subcommittee is tackling this task in order and assembling the peoples involved and hearing them in order to accomplish their primary duty of making real this first. It will be the first elections of the BAR, the new autonomous region, Muslim Mindanao. I'd like to add that I am a son of Mindanao. Among the surviving members of the Constitutional Commission, I'm the only one who comes from Mindanao. My Muslim colleagues have passed away. And as the only surviving member of the CONCOM from Mindanao, I urge this Honorable Senate to and the House here, my counterpart here, to the House to enact this law, finally calling for a election and a bar, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very much, Justice Escuna. Your voice here, lending your voice to this committee is really, truly an honor for us, and we thank you. Kababayan po natin siya from Mindanao, and like all of Mindanaoans like us, we wish long for lasting peace and progress. May I also give a chance to our distinguished co-equal branch of legislation, Congressman Cruzado, to also say a few words.
Mr. Chair and members of this panel, good morning, good afternoon. And whatever be the decision of this chamber, this group, the North Cotabato on behalf of Governor Lala Talino is supporting. And in behalf of the Congress, we will work together with the Senate to fast track this, the dates of these elections to come. And I'm so glad that we have given, I think, 63 barangays to the SGA, the Cotabato province. My town gave 22 barangays for the SGA, and we have seen the improvement of peace and order in our place. This has been a laboratory of peace already, not only in this part of Asia, but of the world already. And we have There are many who have supported this effort that we have. So the holding of this election will be very important, and I hope that we will not postpone it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, Congressman, you're absolutely right about the world, because I remember during when I was a Senate President, when we visited the EU Parliament, kasama ko po doon si Senator Lauren Legarda when we visited the EU Parliament. We met the leaders of the EU Parliament, the Vice President of the EU Parliament. And one of the topics that he pointed out why they're considering us for free trade agreement was because of our support for the peace process in the BARMM. They were very impressed. In other words, kasi alam mo naman, gusto din nila na may tigil na yung gera dun sa lugar. They brought it up in that hearing. That was one of our, I'd say, highlights that we presented to them that they were very appreciative of. And because of that, baka by the end of this year, 2026, we will have a free trade agreement with the European Union. Malaking bagay po yan. So let's continue the pathway for progress and peace because of this. So I just want to ask Attorney Nagib or any member of the BTA, how were we able to address the issue also of North Cotabato, particularly on the barangays? Do they have also their special geographic district? Will they be able to elect their own member of parliament sa BTA?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Opo, in fact, dalawang actions na ang ginawa ng Parliament sa 63 barangays. One is to constitute them into municipalities. So naging mga munisipyo na po yung 63 barangays. I think eight municipalities, Mr. Chair. Now, to provide yung next tier of services, kasi wala ko silang probinsya, what the Parliament did was to constitute a special the Special Geographic Area Development Administration Authority. So this is the one providing the next tier of services sa kanila until we get to a point na maging probinsya ho sila. So yun po. In the current setup ng districting, dalawang parliamentary districts so ang nabigay sa kanila. So 2 parliamentary districts for the 8 municipalities constituting the Special Geographic Area po.
That's very good to hear. Gentlemen and ladies of the BTA, maraming salamat for doing that. That is best possibly why wala na masyadong gulo dun sa kapitbahay namin sa North Cotabato. Kapitbahay po namin yan, they're south of Bukidnon. So we're very happy about that. So let's move on. I would like to recognize everyone to be able to give their opinion para di naman sayang po yung pagpunta nyo dito sa Senado. We would like to also give, unless Comelec would like to add further, Chairman? Yes. Maybe we can discuss before that. Chairman, tulungan nyo kami dito. Paano yung synchronized election? Paano, kasi sabi nyo, lalagyan namin sa batas. You know naman, we're not lawyers. We're lacking in lawyers in the Senate, so we need to get guidance from our legal luminaries such as yourself and the justices and our friends from the BTA. I would prefer that we do not break the 3. Obviously, that's a mandate that they have 3 years. We gave them 3 years. Pangit naman na kung magsisynchronize tayo, 2028, mabibitin po ang kanilang termino. Less pa, kung September, I think it will be less than 2 years. Less than 2 years. How do you foresee that we can do the synchronization, Chairman, if possible?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to agree with the comment of MP Sinarimbo in that respect, Your Honor. First, the provision of the Constitution under Article 10, Section 8 is very clear. The term of office of local officials shall be 3 years, except barangay officials which may be fixed and provided for by law. Ibig sabihin po, 3 years talaga yan. Walang extension, walang whatever, walang holdover capacity, 3 years. Term po yan. Versus tenure, fixed po ang 3 years natin. So meaning to say, if we are to reset the election, we must always consider as a priority yung pong principle of 3 years as a term. Ngayon po, yung pong tungkol sa synchronization of election. Pag binasa po natin ang Constitution, perhaps the Honorable former Associate Justice Ascuna can confirm this. Under Article 18 of the Constitution, ang title po nun, Mr. Chair, Transitory Provision. Ang Section 1 po niya nagsasabi, yung first election after the 1987 Constitution ratification shall be synchronized. So yung po lumalabas, nakita lang po yung word na synchronization sa Article 18 doon sa transitory provision. And because of that, Congress interpreted Article 18, Section 1 as having the intention of the framers of the Constitution to synchronize all elections. Kaya po nagpasa naman sila ng Republic Act 7166 ang Kongreso, yung synchronized election law. But pag tinignan po natin, there is no specific provision in the Constitution mandating that all elections should be synchronized. Ang nagsabi lang po, yung pong decision ng Abbas versus Comelec case na nagsasabi dapat synchronized. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, kung titingnan po namin from the point of view of law, yung pong Republic Act 7166, yung synchronization of election, is a general law. If Congress now will pass a new date or determine a new date for the election, which will not make the election synchronized with the national and local elections, then, Mr. Chair, that will become a special law. Ibig sabihin, general law, special law, as if exception to the general rule. Question, will the Supreme Court sustain? I honestly believe the Supreme Court will sustain, simply because this is a special law already versus a general law. Siyempre po mga lawyers magkakaiba ng opinion. Para sa amin, Mr. Chair, mas magandang masunod yung 3 years. Kasi po, provided mismo ng batas po ng Constitution.
I totally agree with you, Chairman. And what we'll probably do is, under the transitory provision of this postponement, we can put that it sort of like amends the previous law on the synchronization for this particular reason. Because I do not want to shorten their terms. They will run, they will work hard for their election, and then we will just cut them short a year and a half. Hindi naman maganda yun. I agree with you, Chairman. Maybe wala tayong magawa. For the BARMM elections, it's probably special that it will not be synchronized. No? Special. Anyway, we must give them special attention naman. Sa aking pananaw, bigyan natin ng special attention yung BARMM. And so that way we can protect their 3-year mandate. Pero tama ka, because we're going to pass a law, maybe under the transitory provision, make an exemption on the synchronization rule. Diba? So every September, 3 years thereafter, election na. Yeah, election na. I think, so shall we start with the acknowledgement of all the guests? Let's give the government side a chance also to speak. Secretary Charlie Galvez, just a few questions. Number one, will this help the peace process in any way? Before that, I'd like to ask first a short briefing on how we are now in the peace process. Kasi I've been getting, again, videos in my feeds in Facebook about armed people going around these areas of BARMM, not members of the armed forces or the PNP, obviously. There was an ambush again of the Maute group on our members of the armed forces. PNP ba yun or AFP? AFP. 6 yatang namatay. Where are we now in the peace process, particularly in the issue of de-escalation and, of course, the coordination with other armed groups that are popping up left and right, Your Honor, Secretary?
Sir, thank you very much, Your Honor.
By the way, gentlemen, ladies, this is a working lunch. Pwede po kayong kumain habang nagsasalita yung iba. Please, Secretary. Sorry, my apology.
Yes, sir. What you have said, Your Honor, is very unfortunate, but these are really isolated cases. Actually, the cases of violence only concentrated in few areas. For example, in Sulu, Basilan, and Tawi-Tawi, it's really very peaceful. Even we can consider that in Basilan, there are only 3 municipalities that we have some problems, in Tipo-Tipo, Albarca, and also Ongkayapukan. But in other areas, we just came from Tawi-Tawi, Your Honor. And very peaceful in Sulu, Basilan and Tawi-Tawi, and also in the areas of Maguindanao del Norte. We have some issues in Maguindanao del Sur because there are still ongoing conflict between MILF groups and also some delineations of boundaries of their land. Actually, that is the reason why that we are looking for the possible priority of really creating the Transitional Justice Commission, because the issue right now, Your Honors, is more on the issuance of land. Most conflict are land issues. And also, there are also the conflict that we had. I don't want to precipitate the investigation in Maguindanao del Sur, but we have suspicions that it is more on political issues. So, despite the incidents of violence in Lanao del Sur, in Munay, generally the conditions of peace is already in the area, particularly in North and South Cotabato. We have also some issues in Cotabato City, where in some violent incidents also happen. But generally, most of the situation in Mindanao is very peaceful, Your Honor.
Continue in your report, Your Honor, on,
Yes.
on the elections.
Can I read my
Yes,
position?
yes, please continue, Secretary.
So, to the Honorable Juan Miguel Subiri, the father and the architect of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the BBL, we have been together in passing the BBL and also its ratification. We really owe you so much. The Bangsamoro is very grateful, and we will not forget your contribution in this. With our esteemed senators who really work with us with peace, and the Committee on Local Government, together with the committees on electoral reforms and people's participation and finance, who work with us during the trying times on the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. My public servants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat, and assalamualaikum. The Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity welcomes and supports the legislative measure setting the date of the first ever Bangsamoro elections. I have remembered that we have met last month, Your Honor, and you have made the commitment that we will finally set the date of the election, and we're very thankful that we have this meeting as your commitment to us. The political exercise is very critical to the completion of the political track of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, because this is a very important track wherein the Bangsamoro region need the full autonomy, wherein our Bangsamoro people wanted that their rights to choose their own leader be given to them. Although we deferred to the wisdom of the Congress and the Senate and the COMELEC and other constitutional institutions in determining the final timeline of these elections, it is our firm position that these historic polls must proceed within the year, as soon as possible, because we believe the longer it will take, the higher the risk, Your Honor. It will have some consequences, especially in the peace and order. Because we believe after the elections, there will be unity, reconciliation, and there will be development. Many countries are watching us. This is one of the primordial reason that we want to really boast to the world that we are a different in this country. I just came from Doha Forum, and I've seen the worst scenarios in the different countries, and they have seen that the possibility that they will learn from this peace process. Many countries are visiting OPAPRU, including our domestic and also international partners. Even Thailand and also Cambodia are learning lessons from us, and maybe in the future Myanmar will also learning some lessons from us, because we have also some effort in really extending some diplomatic resolutions on their cases. We are very truly thankful to this honorable committee for calling this hearing, which serves as a vital platform for collectively addressing and resolving challenges surrounding the conduct of the BARMM elections. And I think with the conglomerations of all the stakeholders present here, hearing their voices, maybe we can have finally have the decisions of what will be the perfect date for the election. As the National Peace Agency, OPAPRO stands ready to support and work with our stakeholders to ensure the peaceful, credible, and orderly conduct of this landmark election. And we would like to thank the effort of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the PNP, and other partners from the civil society for really shepherding us in this peace process. We are now prepared to address any of your inquiries, and we are really thankful, Your Honor, for really guiding us in this session. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary. Secretary, konting tanong lang on yung ating and part of the peace process was, of course, trying to get the arms back from our MILF, the decommissioning of arms. How are we, as far as that is concerned, in terms of percentages?
Sir, I'm willing to talk with the panel so that we can continue the commissioning of the combatants. But as per their request that we will be giving significant socioeconomic programs for the 24,145 decommissioning, we are doing it, Your Honors. We are allocating resources, and we are very thankful to Senator Legarda for giving us the additional 850 million, for giving us the 16,000 applicants for educational assistance program.
This year in the budget, para malaman na lahat, this year the budget, how much were we able to allocate for helping our peace process continue in the BARMM area?
Sir, we are very thankful to the Congress and the Senate that we increased they increased our budget. Our budget before was only 600 million. Over the years, we were increased to now 8.1 billion. We will be allocating more than 1.5 billion pesos for the granting of a scholarship program. More or less 23,000 combatants' family will be benefited from it.
Ano yung sa livelihood, Secretary? Kasi alam ko maraming complaints na nag-aabot sa akin na what was supposed to be promised to them per combatant, may parang cash socio-economic fund, no? Is it part of OPAPRO, or is it BTA's, or is it the BARMM government's program already?
Sir, actually, we are with the current Chief Minister. We are acting collectively so that we can really fast-track the normalization. Because the provision of BOL also provided the 5 billion SDF. The 5 billion SDF is being given to the BARMM purposely for the transformation of all conflict-affected areas, especially the six camps. And now I think the Chief Minister and also the BTA now are recollecting all resources in order to provide those resources. So, yes, sir, we are very thankful to the BTA, sir, that even there are not, TGIF is being allocated to the affected areas, particularly to the MILF and the MNLF areas. And we are very thankful to the BTA and also the Chief Minister and also the ministries on really trying to provide resources to their. I'm so happy that they enacted the law, the Mujahideen Assistance Fund. And also we are trying to work with DSWD and MSSD to cover all the 40,000 combatants with for peace and other assistance that we can give. But for now, sir, we are so thankful to the Congress that we are provided 4.9 billion for infrastructure project, and also the educational assistance of worth of more or less 1.5 billion, that we can generate some support to the livelihood program of the MILF and the MLF and other communities affected by conflict.
Thank you, Secretary. So yes, I'm glad that the BARMM government is also sharing in the burden, sharing the load. Ika nga, because it's all about peace, right? So yun na naman sa national government, alam ni attorney yan, alam na mga kasama ko sa BTA, kaibigan at sa BTA, napakahirap kumuha ng pondo sa gobyerno. Unfortunately, it was easy for flood control projects. If there was just one or two flood control projects that was shifted to that peace initiative, we'd have more decommissioning, tapos na yung problema, no? So now at least we're listening, we're watching, we're learning. This 2026 budget has been very transparent and focused on projects and programs na makakatulong talaga sa tao. So, and the block grant now, no, has increased. Kaya nasasayangan ako sa mga kapatid natin sa Sulu na sayang. Kasi magkano na ba yung block grant natin, gentlemen, ladies sa BTA? How much is it now? 5% of total gross, ano yun eh? May 90 billion na ba? Ang 100 billion na. Congratulations sa BTA. Dahil nga sa BARMM, marami nang gusto mag-BARMM din sa buong Pilipinas. Iba't ibang lugar. But we congratulate them. So the proper spending or allocation of of course of the funds, very scarce resources that we have, will go a long way to promoting peace. So thank you, Sec. Do you want to? Yes, Attorney.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm the statement of the good Secretary Galvez, that under the current Chief Minister Abdurauf Makakua, he has already directed the Parliament to allocate the 5 billion as part of the socio-economic package and strategic infrastructure for conflict-affected communities. In fact, last week, he has signed the executive order creating a program management office that would specifically undertake the task of providing the socio-economic assistance to combatants and communities in the conflict-affected areas. So on the basis of that, the 5 billion will now be focused on this engagement, sir. Para ho matulungan natin yung national government, para ho ma-address na ho talaga natin yung transitioning combatants.
Thank you very much, Attorney. We'd like to also recognize the members of the DND because we'd like to get their opinion. I do not know if you have prepared a statement, the different agencies, on the situation on the ground. Do you agree that conducting the elections at the soonest possible time this year, within the year, would be able to help the peace process and help to stabilize the political and, of course, the social cost in the situation of having all these skirmishes with our armed forces? May we ask ASEC maybe to give a comment?
Mr. Chair, magandang tanghali po. On the part of the Department of National Defense, we respectfully defer to the appropriate authorities on the determination of the date of the elections. We respectfully defer to the appropriate authorities exercising competent jurisdiction over the subject matter. As for your inquiry regarding the security situation, Mr. Chair, we are precluded from discussing operational and security matters in public, Mr. Chair. But if, with your permission, Mr. Chair, we can schedule a separate briefing in executive session po. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ASEC. My worry lang kasi, as I mentioned earlier, is that on my feed, because I look at, of course, all the stories from Mindanao, so being a Mindanaoan, I would get feed from my, let's say, Facebook, yung mga armed groups, iba't ibang armed groups, going around the area, bringing RPGs and all sorts of things, and then children carrying rifles and they're heavily armed with assault rifles. And in some videos that I get, sometimes MP Rasul, pinapadala niya sa akin yung videos. Siya nagpapadala sa akin. Na nag-aano sila, nagta-target shooting, dala heavy, may mga barret pa, kung 50 caliber, mga bata, pinapabaril ng AK-47. So parang ang pangit tignan. And I think the AFP is still the Armed Forces of the Philippines, including BARMM, di ba? You guys are handling the BARMM area. You're still the lead protector of the people, together with the AFP. Maybe I'll go to the AFP to ask them on that issue, on the proliferation of loose firearms in that particular area. We, of course, the political process, we have already done our part. Nandyan na po yung BOL. No? We need also the BARMM government to assist us. But it's quite alarming the number of videos that I've been getting on a daily basis on people with these high-powered firearms. Na hindi naman po sila MILF kasi our MILF are our partners. The MNLF are our partners, I believe, our partners, together with the MILF. So are these new armed groups? Are these just a proliferation of loose firearms? Are these just families or clans that are just flexing their muscle and promoting it in Facebook? Do you have an intelligence group that's actually monitoring this and putting up red flags on this particular area? Siguro kailangan natin maisagot yan kasi syempre natatakot yung hindi lang tagalabas ng arm, pati sa loob ng arm, loob ng BARMM. Because these are peace-loving people. My brothers and sisters in the BARMM are peace-loving people. So of course, it's alarming to see all these videos that we've been getting from Facebook. Ano po masasabi ng ating kapulisan at syempre ang Armed Forces of the Philippines? Are you still conducting checkpoints? Are we still conducting, are they just allowed to freely carry these long arms? Ako, I'm a gun owner, but I'm a responsible gun owner. We do not, under the law, we're not supposed to show and expose the firearms, and you can only bring short arms. Pero dito sa area, parang mga ano pa rin parang proliferation of private armies and armed groups. So may we ask a comment from the PNP or the DILG? That's why I was hoping Secretary John Vic would be here, but he did not answer our call. So, yes, Yusek Marlo or the head, the highest ranking officer of the PNP may answer. General, please.
Yes, sir. Been monitoring that footage in the social media, and we refer that already to our ACG, sir, and we believe also, sir, that those individuals who are carrying firearms are part of the members of the PIAGs or our from the MILF or from the who are in the inside the camp, sir. So yeah, we would like, and what we have to do, sir, is to bring this matter to the our partners in the MILF to remind the members of those, to remind their members, sir, of not doing such things, sir.
Yeah, but eventually, di ba, that's why we came up with the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Secretary. In fairness to the AFP and PNP, they were looking at the political solution. Wasn't this the political solution that we enacted to make sure that we can decommission the soldiers and fighters, integrate them into the government? They now become the protectors of the people, but on a government capacity, hindi na po as an armed force that neither here nor there. Diba? Kasi partners natin eh. So, Sec, may you want to answer? And maybe I'll also throw the question to the BTA on that. Because it's useless if we have a political process. What we did was just we created more positions for election, but no lasting peace. Because there's still the opportunity of an explosive situation. Diba? Because of all the arms in the region.
Sir, that is the reason why you are correct, Your Honor, that we need to have this election, because I believe some of those posting is basically politically motivated. That's why the election is very, very important. That it should be taken this year, because we believe after we have a very strong governance features, full autonomy in the BARMM will greatly create a very positive, peaceful situations in the area. I believe some of those posturing, may mga ano po yun sa mga political natin.
No, I was just asking because I have some of these videos and we'd like to, I should have just posted them para makita lang nating PNP tsaka ng AFP. Medyo alarming kasi siya. It doesn't paint a bright picture for the area. Kasi syempre, makita mo may mga bata, may dalang AK-47, M16s, assault rifles. Hindi magandang tignan. Tapos pumuputok sa dagat, pumuputok sa mga coconut areas. And then they're freely walking around, laughing with all their long arms. Hindi magandang tignan yan. If we want to promote tourism, especially in the area, kasi yung growth na yun ng BARMM, napakaganda. Tourism, agriculture, ang daming gustong mag-invest with BARMM. So we must promote how would you say, an environment of peace, and that does not promote an environment of peace. So maybe can I ask Deputy Speaker or who is the highest ranking member of the BTA how we are addressing the issue nga of this proliferation of long arms by these groups? Is there an effort by the BARMM? Is there an effort by the BARMM to reach out to these armed groups to continue the decommissioning, recruitment into government service by the former combatants? Meron ba tayong nagawa in the last 7 years? Because we passed this in 7 years. Anyone could answer? Yes, Attorney Nabil Tan, our MP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I go to that, can I just comment on the earlier discussion that was made on the special geographic area?
Yes, please.
I understand when we called on you with the Senate President, there is a pending Senate bill authored by no less than the Senate President creating the province. So I think there is urgency in doing that, Mr. Chairman, because as of the moment, they are being deprived of resources and representation. They cannot vote in the province because they're no longer part of the province. And they also cannot get resources. So I guess if it will please you, Mr. Chairman, we appeal that that special geographic area bill of Senate President Tito Soto be already considered. Going to the issue of course, there is no.
Can I just ask, was it referred to the Committee on Local Government? So Senator RSP filed a bill
Yes.
already.
That was our conversation the last time we made a call with the Speaker.
Sana sinabihan mo ako, Attorney Nabil, para ma-actionan ko.
You were there, sir.
Was I there?
Oh, yes, with Speaker Yakub.
How come it's not being taken up? Kasi as Majority Leader, I do not, I only control the flow in the plenary. We have to get it out of the committee.
Yeah, previously
So,
daw it was Senator Padilla who filed, but I think the latest version is Senate President Tito Soto.
I will try my best to see what is going
Yes,
on in the
thank you,
committee.
sir.
Kasi committee system kami dito eh. And then maybe if it's not moving, baka ako na lang gawin na lang nilang subcommittee chair para maggumalaw
Yes
na lang yun.
po, that will be most welcome because people are waiting.
So I'll find out the... Thank you for
Status.
reminding me. Yeah, thank you for reminding
Thank
me.
you. I remember that because I was part of the delegation that made the call on.
That's right. I
Senate
remember now.
Pre-
we were
You join
upstairs.
us,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you join us in that meeting.
I will try to see because if it's not moving, I will request the chairperson
you.
to make me the subcommittee head
That will be most welcome.
para we can finish that once and for all.
Now, on the proliferation of firearms, I guess it is best left to our law enforcement. And on the decommissioning, it's only the panel, joint panel between government and the MILF that can discuss that because decommissioning is part of the normalization track as contradistinguished from the political track. So, yun lang po ang ano namin na the parliament has no participation in that aspect. We can just monitor what's happening and what is the degree or status of the decommissioning. Because after that, you have to sign the exit agreement. When the provisions of all the peace agreements have been complied with, then an exit agreement should be signed. Whereas you say, parang, eto na, tapos na tayo, pirmahan na natin. So, I hope that we can reach that point where we can have a conclusive ending on the peace process. So, yun lang po ang masabi ko. But we leave to the law enforcement agencies and the AFP on the proliferation of firearms in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yung ano lang kasi, gentlemen no, and ladies, is that we're all in unison here. I think we're united that the Bangsamoro Organic Law was a political process of the peace process. It was the political arm, right, of the peace process. Okay. Now, my worry is we might have sidelined the peace process because now we're all political monsters. We're all political monsters who just want to get now our BARMM parliamentary seats, who want to be part of the parliamentary party system. Parang nawala na bigla. That's what I'm worried about. Maybe in an executive, I'll ask, of course, the representative of SAP, Lagdameo, after this. That is my number one worry. Where are we now? Because the reason why we moved this forward was after the Marawi incident, where we want to make sure that it will never happen again, that our partners, I consider them our partners, the MILF and the MNLF, are both happy with the situation. Kasi nangyayari na yun, parang, with due respect, again, no, and because I love you guys and I love Mindanao and I love BARMM, parang nangyayari, nagiging politiko na lang ulit ang kausap ko. The same political faces, the same political groups, nawala na naman yung dalawang grupo, the disenfranchised, baka mamaya na naman, balik na naman tayo sa trabaho. All we did was come up with the funding for a political setup and then sa autonomy. But again, people are disenfranchised. That is my biggest worry, guys. I'm really, very worried. And I will just recognize the SAP office of the SAP, and then I'll recognize Attorney MP Ali.
I just
Yes, please, Nabil.
pala sa may nilagay tayo sa BICAM noon, maalala nyo, nung binubuo natin ng Bangsamoro Organic Law, yung suggestion ni Senator Lacson and the late Romy Acop, Ray Acop ba yun? Romy Acop, na magkaroon ng recruitment ng MILF, combatants and MNLF. Yun po, nabinbin yun dahil nabimbin po yon na ngayon pa lang tayo mag-i-implement yata, kung mag-i-implement, dahil sa technicalities na yung 5 years nag-lapse na hindi pa na gagawa yung recruitment. So I'm talking to the Attorney General of the BARMM. Nagkausap na raw sila ng NAPOLCOM Vice Chairman, si Ralph Calinisan, na itutuloy na, babaguhin na nila guidelines kasi nanindigan sila na lapse na. So doon sa IGRB at saka PCBF, Technical Working Group, naging hindi po nangyari yung dahil nag-lapse na raw. Pero the NAPOLCOM now has agreed to revise their guidelines at gagawin na hindi na upon ratification but upon the issuance of a new guidelines. So, yun po ang siningit natin na kung payagan natin yung MILF, MNLF combatants mag-join sa police. Although sa police lang yun. Sa MNLF, meron non-integration, police and AFP. So, yun po ang tungkol dyan sa recruitment na mangyayari pa lang ngayon after so many years.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be recruitment to the AFP or PNP. It can also be, they can be farmers. You bring in
Yes, yes.
Dole and Del Monte
Yes.
there. They can now be farm workers. They can now be they can have their own livelihood. Di ba? Yan ang dapat focus din natin. Let's not lose the focus. Everybody's focusing now on the elections and they want to get elected. Ako nga been there, done that. I was a senator. I resigned as a senator. I became senator again. Then umabot ako ng Senate President. Tinanggal ako pagka Senate President. I'm back as Majority Leader, 4 times elected. And then yesterday, I said I offered my position para lang magkaroon ng peace sa Senate. I said, if you guys want my position, yeah, I can have it. What's important is the stability of the institution and the stability of the country. So sabi ko nga, let's not lose focus on the issue at hand, which is peace. Kasi tama yung election, that's part of the suffrage, but I'm just worried that it's back to square one. We're dealing with the same. Okay, moving forward. Attorney Ria Lumapas, ma'am, please, from the Office of the Special Assistant to the President.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you for this opportunity, Commissioner, honorable members of the Commission, Chairman George and Secretary Galvez, and partners in peace and colleagues in government. I just want to jump in, sir, regarding all the questions that you raised, which are all very valid regarding the peace process. So that's why this elections that we have right now, at the outset, I would like to also present our position. The position has always been to conduct the elections. The President has been very consistent also in saying over the past years that, we want to conduct the historic first BARMM parliamentary election. So in the days leading up to the May 2025 national local elections and even during the 2024 decision of the Supreme Court excluding Sulu, we've been pushing for the next, the earliest possible time. Now that it's 2026, we would have wanted it to be in the first half of the year to make it as soon as possible. But of course, given that the conduct of the elections falls within the mandate of the COMELEC, and in consideration of the issues on the operational and logistics concern that were raised, then we defer to the COMELEC on the conduct of the elections. But we really want it to happen as soon as possible. Now, what I want to emphasize also to the body here and also to elucidate and elucidate everyone on the whole peace process, to reinforce also what Sec. Charlie said, Senators, Your Honor, the elections should not be considered to be conducted in a vacuum. So this is what we're saying, that the elections should be viewed in light of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. That should be the perspective behind it, because the elections, there are two tracks to the peace agreement that we have, the political track and the normalization track. So the political track, this is the last box to tick in the political track, the conduct of the elections. And so it shouldn't be divorced from the normalization. So even if, yes, everyone is focused on the elections, but it's also one of the boxes that we tick in the political track of the peace agreement. So it shouldn't be divorced from that. Now, as soon as we have the elections, now we can finally focus on the normalization. And sir, Your Honor, the security concerns that you raised are all very valid, and it's unfortunate that we had to see that. But more importantly, I guess the more important thing that we need to consider is that there's no vertical violence. There's no violence between the GPH and the MILF. And so with the law enforcement, the AFP and the PNP, most of these are political in nature, also with criminal lawless elements, and at the same time, land-related. And that is why in the normalization track that we have, there are actually four aspects to it: the decommissioning, the socio-econ, transitional justice, and confidence-building amnesty. This is a whole of governance approach, and that's why we're also thankful for the BTA and the Parliament, the BARMM government. We're all working hard together. So for the decommissioning, we just have to, there's just a pause in the panels because they haven't released the names of the last phase for the decommissioning, but we've already decommissioned 26,000 former combatants, and the provision of their socio-econ and for their reintegration is ongoing right now. So we have that for the normalization. So all of these things, especially also with the security aspect of it, in the whole GPH MILF peace infrastructure, we also have peace mechanisms on the ground. CCH, the ceasefire committee on the ground, the AJAG for the coordination of MILF and the AFP with the GPH. So we have that on the ground, sir. So right now, like what was mentioned, most of it is land related, but there are ongoing, we have ongoing initiatives right now, especially with the DAR, in terms of doing the parcelyary inventory, because most of the violence really are land related, and so the RIDO as well. And we believe that, given this, we can actually eliminate or minimize the violence and address the land issues because of the overlapping claims. So there are these instances that just don't see the light of day, and that's why we've been very passionate about, making this, making it, in a way, letting the rest of the Philippines see this progress, because usually what people see on social media are just the negative things, and mostly they're blown out of proportion or taken out of context. But there are good things and ongoing initiatives that are going on right now, especially with the normalization. So it's hand in hand. It's not just the elections, but it goes hand in hand with the normalization as well. And we're very thankful with the BTA, with the MILF, MNLF, and the GPH side that they've been very helpful as well in doing all this, because it really requires a whole of governance approach, sir. So if you want more information on the whole, where we are right now in terms of the peace process, because like what you said, Your Honor, we are the beacon in the international, we are a beacon in the international community in terms of one of the longest or subsisting peace agreement. Most of the peace agreements all over the world have broken down or they're facing issues, but ours remain strong, and inshallah, it goes on and it becomes more successful. So that's why it's also a very important priority for the national government to have the elections conducted and also continue with the deliverables of the national government under the peace agreement. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Attorney, for your inputs. I would like to recognize Attorney Ali of the BTA. Attorney.
Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Before you do that, Your Honors, I will be remiss in my duty to recognize our distinguished colleague, very, I'd say, important, to play the very important role in the passage of the BOL, who is also chairman of the Committee of National Defense. She's also chairman of the Bangsamoro and Government Parliamentary Forum in Congress, in the Senate. She's representing us in the Senate, no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda. Thank you for coming, Madam.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. There were other meetings, but I'm grateful that you held this so that there's certainty. Yes. I actually have a few statements, but I'll listen to them first.
You can just listen to
Yes.
Attorney Ali that I recognize.
Yes, after I have a statement to make, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you for giving way to Attorney Ali. I think he's going to discuss just on that particular issue that we have on the pursuit of the peace program that we had passing this BOL.
Yes.
Please, Attorney.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri and Senator Lauren Legarda for this committee meeting. And this is a historical committee meeting because it will tackle the first BARMM parliamentary election. Yan ang pinaka-inihintay na po ng ating mga kababayan. With respect to the issues, Mr. Chair, there are mechanisms for the both the GPH and the MILF to tackle issues related to the proliferations of firearms. No? Dalawa kasi yung kinds of firearms. May long firearms at saka mayroong small arm and light weapons. So meron na po yan mga committees, mechanism to discuss that issues at on the way na po. Pero ang reality po ngayon, Senator, ay sinuspende po ng MILF leadership ang decommissioning process kasi ayun po, tulad po ng observation nyo, nakapokus na lang tayo ngayon sa politika. Hindi pa na-deliver yung mga deliverables na sa socio-economic package. Ang nagdesisyon ng ating leadership sa chairman sa pangunguna ng Chairman Haj Mulad Ibrahim na isuspend muna yung decommissioning process until such time na makita natin na mag-move yung other deliverables ng peace process. Hindi lang po tayo nakapokus dito sa political track. No? Meron din tayong normalization track na kailangan din mag-move, no? Para maibigay natin doon sa mga combatants ang nararapat sa kanila. At magandang balita po narinig natin kanina na tumaas po ang budget ng OPAPRO at sana ay makapokus na dito sa normalization track nito. Pero as of this time, Mr. Chair, I suspended muna ang decommissioning until such time na makita natin na mag-move. Hindi lang po ito about sa election. This is about the peace agreement. Mr. Chair, I would like to get the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to read the position of the MILF UBJP with respect to this issue, Mr. Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The United Bangsamoro Justice Party conveys its sincere appreciation to the honorable members of this committee, especially to our very chairman, Senator Mig Subiri, father of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, for giving us opportunity to share this position paper on Senate Bill number 1587. We also wish to convey the greetings of salam from our party president Al-Hajj Murad Ibrahim, chairman and Amirul Mujahideen of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. At the onset, we wish to emphasize that the UBJP supports the call for over 2.3 million registered voters in the BARMM for the immediate conduct of the first parliamentary election. As repeatedly pronounced by our leaders, we are very much willing to submit to the will of the Bangsamoro people in a free, orderly, honest, and peaceful election. Win or loss, we are committed to submit to democratic exercise that will give our people the fullest opportunity and freedom to choose their own leaders. This is MILF solemn obligation under the comprehensive agreement of the Bangsamoro. As we all know, this first ever Bangsamoro parliamentary election is on its fourth postponement as of date. The first schedule is on May 20, 2022, was postponed to May 12, 2025. The second postponement was from May 12, 2025 to October 13, 2025, while the third postponement was October 13, 2025 to March 30, 2026. No less than the Supreme Court of the Philippines in the case of Lanang Ali Jr. et al. Versus Bangsamoro Transition BTA, yours truly, especially ordered the BTA and the COMELEC to immediate undertake by October 30, 2025 at the latest the accomplishment of the determination of parliamentary district for the first regular election for the members of parliament in strict compliance with priorities requirements provided in BOL and BOL as well as the criteria laid down in this decision. Thereafter, in the compliance with Section 5 of the Voters Registration Act, the respondents COMELEC is directed to promptly proceed with its preparation and conduct of elections not later than March 31, 2026. It must be stated for the record that the BTA failed to enact a new redistricting law within the deadline set by the Supreme Court. It took BTA 72 days beyond the deadline to finally enact the new redistricting law on January 12, 2026. This inexcusable delay caused the deferment of the March 30, 2026 election set by the COMELEC. The question that comes to mind, especially for the COMELEC in this honorable committee, is this: are we at liberty to ignore the Supreme Court timeline? Can we legally supplant or set aside the Supreme Court decision which specifically ordered the COMELEC to conduct elections not later than March 31, 2026 by enacting a new date for the election beyond such period? What further exacerbates the already dire situation is that the BTA Parliament hurriedly passed on January 28, 2026, a law, this is the latest law, January 28, 2026, a law amending the Bangsamoro Electoral Code, which practically reboot the entire parliamentary election preparations made by the COMELEC in the last 3 years. The new law amended, among others, the following provisions of the Bangsamoro Electoral Code: the reduction of the minimum number of membership from 10,000 to 5,000, lowering of the threshold from 4% to 2.5%, revocation of already issued certification and issuance of new certification for sectoral representatives, directly affecting hundreds of certified sectoral organizations, revoking the accreditation of regional political parties already granted by the COMELEC by requiring all existing political parties and coalition of political parties to seek new accreditations, and barring those who will not apply from participating in the election. Requiring the COMELEC to promulgate the IRR within 30 days from the effectivity of the law. And changing the manner of election of sector representative from women, youth, ulama, traditional leader, and settler communities from sectoral assemblies to a plurality of ballot votes cast for the respective sector. Introducing all these belated amendments and requiring the COMELEC to promulgate a new implementing rules and regulations are red flags, presumably designed to cause another delay in laying the ground for another postponement of elusive election long awaited by the Bangsamoro people. The ultimate casualty in this early politicking is the erosion of political and electoral reforms introduced by the MILF during the transition period. The series of postponement also eroded the trust and confidence of voters on the electoral system. People, especially candidates, are tired and fed up on the electoral, going through the whole process of registrations, certifications, accreditations, filing of candidacy, voters' education, training teachers, and campaigning, only to be postponed again, wasting time, resources, and energy. Toward this end, the UBJP recommends the following: to uphold, respect, and sustain the legal status of accredited regional political parties and sectoral organizations already approved and granted by the COMELEC. The manner of election of sectoral representatives should proceed in accordance with the Bangsamoro Electoral Code and the COMELEC. Implementing rules and regulation which is through sectoral assemblies to avoid disenfranchisement of marginalized sectors. The belated amendment hurriedly passed by the BTA Parliament should not be allowed to trigger another delay or postponement in the parliamentary election. Finally, we also remind everyone that the first Bangsamoro parliamentary election is not an ordinary election. This is parcel of the commitments of the national government and the MILF for the peace process. The international community is monitoring the overall implementation of the peace agreement. Let us not allow real politics to undertake the strategic goals of the peace process. We thank you for the opportunity to be able to share UBJP's position, and may we all commit to a new and final date that we will be able to finally deliver and fully implement as scheduled. That will be all, Mr. Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shukran, my dear friend. But yun, so we answered some of the questions raised earlier by the letter. I actually reached out to Vice Chair Iqbal, Minister Iqbal.
Yes.
And asked him if he could, well, I sent a message if I could call him, so that I wanted to invite him to be here with us. But I'm glad that you're here to represent the group.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we are allowed to give some views on the particular issue. As affirmed by the COMELEC chairman here, the process of registration, accreditation is a long process. No? It eats more time, like 3 to 4 months. No? Even more yung iba nga, Mr. Chair, umabot pa ng years. No? So, kung back to zero natin lahat, yung registration ng lahat ng sectoral organizations and political parties, ang agam-agam po ng UBJP and other political parties ay hindi po kukulangin po tayo ng oras doon sa process na yun. So yun po ang aming nais po na ilagay po dito sa committee na ito, Mr. Chair, ay yung
So ang
ganito.
position din ng MILF and your party is that the sooner the better on the elections?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Earlier.
But yung sana hindi yung revocation ng mga membership ng sector at saka yung political parties by the COMELEC, because as far as the legal requirements, no, I don't know, kay chairman ng COMELEC, ang registration, ang revocation and registration ng political parties, it's with a cost. And it's the COMELEC to decide kung yun ba ay na-violate yung cost na provided by law. No? Pwede ba yun by law ay talagang...
Maybe we can recognize Chairman
Yes.
Garcia to answer the query of the good
Yes.
attorney.
Actually, Mr. Chair, yung query po kasi ay addressed really to the Parliament because it's the Parliament that enacted the law which set aside all accreditations and opening up the accreditation, meaning back to zero. The COMELEC will just follow what the Parliament had said. So we will open the accreditation. We will set aside the accreditation of duly accredited political parties already. We are going to be back to zero.
Did the law that they passed say that they'll back to zero? That really,
Yes,
huh?
yes, Mr. Chair. It was passed last week. It's the Parliament actually.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
may we recognize Attorney Mary Ann Arnado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me to present the position paper of the settler communities because we are directly affected with the revocation of the sectoral accreditation. The settler community sector, predominantly Christians, is a marginalized minority in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. This is the reason why the framers of the Bangsamoro Organic Law made sure that the settler communities will have a voice and equitable representation in the Bangsamoro Parliament with concomitant rights to freely choose their own representatives. We used to be at the sidelines, silent and subservient to the affairs of the regional government. We dared not speak nor participate out of fear and indifference. We used to believe that our participation would not change anything, so that silence became our refuge and our way to survive and thrive. But all this have radically changed after the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the establishment of the BARMM. For the first time in the history of the Bangsamoro, settler communities are afforded reserved seats in the Bangsamoro Parliament. Our voices and participation in governance and access to various programs have dramatically improved within an inclusive BARMM. In 2024, we started to convene and organize ourselves to be able to participate in choosing our sectoral representatives. Now we are gaining strength. We are no longer alone and left to ourselves. We are now moving united with various settler communities from as far as Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, and mainland Maguindanao, Lanao, SGA, and Cotabato. We also stand in solidarity with other marginalized sectors like women, youth, ulama, traditional leaders, and non-Moro indigenous peoples in the truest essence of dialogue of life and faith. After we diligently followed all required processes and submitted the necessary documents, the Office for Settler Communities certified around 268 settler communities organizations who have successfully established verifiable track record in serving the needs and promoting the welfare of settlers. After securing our certification in the months leading to the May 2025 election, we decided to submit all necessary documents and undergo the rigorous and time-sensitive accreditation processes with the COMELEC. The process was tedious, the fees prohibitive, and the legal requisites to qualify for accreditation too technical for grassroots organizations who have little access to legal services. Yet we persisted and followed the process, emboldened by the faith that this time it is different. Government and in the MILF are in transition and mutually implementing genuine electoral and political reforms. We will have a fair chance. This is worth fighting for. Last January 28, 2026, we were shocked, dismayed, and disgusted that the BTA Parliament amended the Bangsamoro Electoral Code, which arbitrarily revoked the certification of all sectoral organizations, including the settler communities. By sheer legislative action and without any consultation, the BTA took the hopes of thousands of Christian settlers in the BARMM. The BTA literally canceled our much-cherished certification and is requiring us to start anew. Making matters worse, the BTA Parliament changed the manner of election for the sectors from sectoral assemblies to direct plurality of valid votes cast for the respective sector. This, under the BEC, the shift to popular automated election for sectoral representative is contingent upon the prior establishment of a special registration of sectoral voters pursuant to Section 2, Article 10 of the BEC. Because it's very difficult to determine who will be voting for the sector. So right now, the special registration, the Parliament changed the manner of election to direct plurality of votes. And that will practically take away the reserved seats for the marginalized sectors and leave us all at the mercy of the majority, who can now dictate who will be representing the settlers in the Parliament. It is in effect foreclosing the parliamentary seats reserved for settlers under the organic law. It is called reserved precisely because there is no way Christians will be able to compete with the majority in a popular election. We are no strangers to the election in the Philippines, especially in the BARMM. Instead of the promised electoral reform, this will slide back to the usual ways. Therefore, we are elevating our appeal to the Senate to help us secure what is rightfully reserved for the marginalized sector. Give to the women what is due for the women, give to the youth what is reserved for them, and give to the Christian settler what is due to us. We also appeal to President Bongbong Marcos to please protect us settler communities and marginalized sectors in the BARMM. We pray that the marginalized sectors, including the Christian settlers, will be unified, strengthened, and empowered, and meaningfully take part in making the BARMM an inclusive, just, peaceful, and prosperous homeland for diverse peoples and cultures. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. This is the first time I've actually encountered BAA 88. So, and today is the only day that I found out that actually your legislation from the Bangsamoro Transition Authority is all about. What the crafters of the BOL and Attorney Nagib was with me there because he was my aide when we were crafting this. The idea really was to give these seats to particular sectors. And you're absolutely correct na ayaw natin ma-bastardize yan. Like the party list system now that we're trying very hard to amend with the recommendations also of the chairperson of the COMELEC and all the members of the COMELEC. Because under the law, under the Constitution, when Justice Ascuna passed the Constitution, they basically mentioned that these are marginalized sectors of society. And ngayon, bilyonaryo yung mga members ng party list system. Sila pala marginalized. Bilyonaryo na, hindi pa mahanap yung iba. So, ang punto namin dyan is, ano nangyari along the way? And I guess that's what they're also complaining when we wrote this BOL, that we wanted to make it true to representation, to what is really truly representation that we itemized and sectors that we made sure that we be represented by the Parliament. So I'm saddened by that fact, if that is the case. Our concept, our idea for equal representation with the indigenous people, settler communities, etc., is now watered down. No? I have to study this BA. But we respect, I have to put this on record, and my good colleague, Senator Legarda, agrees with me. We also respect the autonomous nature of their parliament. You have the right to debate, you have the right to fight it out in parliament, and eventually put that on a vote. No? Whether we like it or not, that is the process. Although, of course, I would be heartbroken to see that it will now become similar to what is the party list system now, which is no longer marginalized. You know, when I was in my first term in Congress, I used to have Kakispin Beltran. There, yung mga party list na talagang mahihirap, yung labor sector na laborer talaga na representing their sector. All of a sudden, after several years and several, I guess, interpretation of the party list law, puro bilyonaryo na, may mga helicopter pa, yung mga party list members. So sabi ko, ano na nangyari doon? Iba't iba na yung iba't iba ng representation, di nang marginalized. So, and that's what we're trying to correct now. And the Senate President is pushing for the amendments to the party list law. But again, as I said, we respect though the Parliament, to be able to enact their laws. Before I recognize Attorney Nagib, I promised our good colleague the time. So Senator Legarda, you recognize, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I welcome all of you to the Senate once again, and this is of great importance and interest to us, of course. Before I tell you of what we have done, not just in terms of legislation, but in terms of budgetary amendments for this year, allow me to just clarify the very important position that Attorney Arnado had mentioned. May I know the position of the BTA regarding the concern that there should be no new process of accreditation of political parties as well as sectoral organizations as provided for, in my understanding, this new legislation, is it BAA 88? Is that correct? We want to understand the wisdom behind this, the impact to the settler communities and the marginalized communities, and may we know, does this have any implication regarding the elections and perhaps the COMELEC's view on this? Because I must admit, this is new to me. I understand it was just enacted by the BTA last week. Number one, may connection ba ho ito at anong implikasyon sa ating magiging halalan? Pangalawa, what was the wisdom behind it? Does it mean that we are going back to zero as the implication seems? And will it really lose access? Will marginalized sectors lose access to having a voice in Parliament? So anyone from the BTA may answer. We hear you loud and clear. We want to find a solution here that will bring the long dreamed of just and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Ganito po, para mas naintindihan ng mga kasama natin, because this was already debated in the Parliament and a vote has been taken.
I understand it is already
yes.
enacted into law.
Yes.
Ang tanong ko po ay, don't get me wrong,
Opo.
hindi po kami naghihimasok.
Opo.
We respect your your autonomy, and we just want to understand the wisdom because it was brought to our attention.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes po. Una ho ay kailangan nating baguhin yung system of election as provided in the original electoral code. Kasi po, hindi yun ang nasa Constitution at nasa organic law. Ang sinasabi ho ng Constitution natin in Article 10, yung representation in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Assembly ay by election. Unfortunately, nung ginawa yung electoral code, it is not by election. It is by assemblies ng mga organizations. So, pag in-stretch ho natin masyado yung interpretation na yon, and there are pending petitions now before the Supreme Court questioning the constitutionality of that provision. So, bumalik ho tayo doon. Pangalawa ho, yung organic law mismo, nagpo-provide na election yan, yung sectors. Ang exception lang ay yung non-Moro indigenous people. So, naging consistent tayo doon sa mandato ng organic law na yun lang ay exempt natin. Pangalawa ho ay wala hong deprivation doon sa representation by the concerned sector. Hindi ho pupunta dyan ang hindi kabahagi ng sektor na yun. Halimbawa ho, kami, we will not intrude into the sector of the non-Moro indigenous or the settlers. Sila rin po lang ang pwedeng iboto under BAA 88. Wala hong ibang pwedeng pumasok doon na sector na hindi kabahagi ng sector na yun. Ang check ho doon ay dalawa. Una, they need to belong to a sectoral organization. Second, that sectoral organization will be accredited by the appropriate office or ministry. So if you are non-Moro indigenous people, the MIPA will have to accredit you. Sila ho yung may hawak ng ministry na yun. So they'll know kung yung organization mo na nandun ka, ikaw yung ay kabahagi ka ng sector. So nandun pa rin yung check. Ang binago lang ho natin ay yung manner of election, ma'am. Kasi po, una, hindi ho tumpak doon sa Constitution. Ang pangalawa ho ay wala sa BOL. Pangatlo ho, ma'am, ay tedious yung process na ina-outline. Kasi dalawa naman ho talaga yung check doon sa legitimacy ng sector. Una ho ay yung pool of candidates na panggagalingan nun. Kailangan kung sector ka lang. Pangalawa ho ay yung manner of electing it. I mean, sino ang pwedeng bumoto sa kanila? Yung pong sector na bahagi, wala ho tayong binago doon. Binago lang ho natin yung manner of election. At ang ginaya ho natin ay yung proposal ninyo, ma'am, na ang election na ay at large. Pero walang ibang mapipili na hindi ka bahagi ng sector na yon. Pero magbo-vote na lahat. Kasi ho, yung unang in-outline na process, kinontrol natin yung sectoral selection at yung manner of voting. At masyadong complicated yung manner of voting. Ang kakailanganin ni COMELEC, if we do that, hindi tayo magkaka-election this year. Kasi ire-require natin si Commission on Elections na mag-register. In the registration ng mga botante, mamimili siya ng 3 sektor. Sasabihin niya, itong sector 1, 2, 3 ang sektor na bobotuhan ko. Now, pag nagawa mo na yon, you have that system, ita-translate mo pa yan doon sa precinct level mismo. Yung electoral board naman ang tuturuan mo na makikilala niya yung botanting yon at malalaman niya na ang pinili niyang sektor ay yung 3. Kasi ibibigay mo sa kanya yung balota. If we do that manner of election, hindi ho tayo magkaka-election, ma'am. Kaya ho talagang ang ginawa natin, we simplified it. We've seen your proposal, yun ho ang ginaya namin. Para merong kang integrity doon sa sector na yon. Pero, yung manner of election
I
mo
don't
ay...
understand when you say, sir, my proposal. What do you mean?
Yung proposal ho ninyo na nabasa namin doon sa... opo, kung paano yung sectoral representation sa... Opo. Yun ho ang manner ng pagpili.
You referring to the Bangsamoro Parliament Forum? The discussions when you say my proposal? Was it a personal proposal?
Nasa Senate Bill 342 po yun.
A bill I filed 13 years ago.
Yes.
Good research.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We researched that.
Okay.
Tama po, kasi we were in a
Ako palang
quandary
author
paano.
niyan.
Opo.
Okay. So I filed the bill in 2013. That was my second term. And you adopted
Yes,
a
ma'am.
bill I filed. Talagang ahead of my time, di ba?
Yes.
Tinatanong kita ngayon sa wisdom ng BAA 88.
Opo.
Bill ko pala ng 2013 ang ginawa niyong basihan.
Opo, kasi
Sinabi mo yan para wag na ako magtanong kung ano yung
hindi po,
wisdom
pero
nun.
in reality, matagal na debate na yun, ma'am. Paano
No,
i-operationalize?
the fact that I filed it in my second term 13 years ago, and you used that as the basis for your legislation in the BTA, I must have studied it thoroughly then, but why only now? And okay, my question is, did you consult the settler communities, the non-Moro indigenous peoples, etc., in all of that? You went through the process and sought their and consulted them.
Yes, ma'am. Opo, nag-public consultation ho. In fact ho, yung representative nung settler community in the BTA Parliament voted yes in favor of this one. Ganon din ho yung mga political parties na kasama namin. Hindi naman po lahat, pero yung pong mga kasama natin, nag-consultation din ho. At yung representative ho nila mismo sa BTA.
We take note of that. And thank you for acknowledging the authorship of the bill. Pwede palang ganon, magpa-file sa national, i-adapt. Kasi ang ginagawa ko po, para alam ng lahat, from before, I would always share my legislation, my bills, my resolutions, not just sa Senate, sa Congress, syempre, kasi bicameral, but also sa Bangsamoro. Yeah, I've always tried to share my wisdom, whatever. Ako pala ang author nung BAA 88 na tinatanong natin. 2013.
Galit mo na yung MILF.
Hindi sila galit sa akin. Hindi. No, ibig sabihin, they based it on a 2013 bill. Way back in 2013. So I'm trying to understand it. So my question to the COMELEC, does this have any bearing on the conduct of the elections? Will it make it more difficult? Or is it more convenient? Chair George Garcia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. yung una po muna yung tanong na how will this affect the election? This will affect the date of the conduct of the election. Definitely, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, dapat kakayanin namin ng May 2026 Bangsamoro parliamentary election. If we are going to implement solely the districting, BAA number 86. But because of the enactment of BAA number 88, of which we are going to set aside all accredited political parties, all accredited sectoral organizations, and we will accept once again the filing of petitions for accreditations of several thousands of filers, it will take us at least 3 to 4 months or even 4 months or more to come up with a list of accredited political parties and sectoral organizations. Kasi po, Mr. Chair, yung pong mga names ng political parties, including the logo, and the names of the sectoral organizations, which in this case, under BAA 88, tao na po ang i-elect ng mga mamamayan, hindi po names ng sectoral organizations will have to be printed in the ballots. Now, will this expedite or will this make easier the job of COMELEC? Wala pa po kaming kopya, nadidinig lang po namin, but I think yes. The reason why, Mr. Chair, is because, ganito po, kung hindi nagbago o hindi nila binago yung manner of election, by 2028, a single voter in the Bangsamoro will have 4 ballots. 3 ballots, 1 ballot each per sector, and 1 ballot for the national and local elections. In fact, we are required under the election code before nilang binago na mag-conduct ng re-registration of voters so that we will ask each and every voter in the 2.3 million voting population of the Bangsamoro, ano yung mga sectors ang gusto nyo? Wala pa po kaming nagagawa na gano'n. Wala po tayong classification ng kung anong sektor kabilang ang isang botante.
Just to intercede. Pero as one of the, as the author and sponsor of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, we wanted to make it exact nga eh. Women, youth, settlers, IP. Alam niyo yung nangyari din sa party list system, bahala na sila. They claim to be women, but they're not really represent the women's interest. It's political interest, and so on and so forth. We actually patterned it under the European system. It was a European party list na walang face. It was just the idea of the party list, of the representation. That was the idea sana, Chairman. That's why, kung babalik tayo sa kanila, kung gagawin natin yung party list natin, Diyos ko Lord, God help BARMM. Diba? So yun lang, Madam Chair, Madam Senator, is my worry lang is, baka nga, ma-water down. So kung magiging party list lang yun, dapat yan, may representation talaga. It should be women, 1 box for women, 1 box for youth. Naka-enumerate yan eh, under the BOL.
Meron po, meron po lahat. Properly represented ang lahat ng sectors. Ang manner of election lang, Mr. Chair.
I don't think we'll have a problem because we already established earlier that we will not be synchronized. And therefore, it's just going to be a special election every 3 years. So definitely, hindi na kailangan 4 ballots yun. Pwede nang isang ballot lang for the BARMM elections, correct?
Kung hindi po nila binago yung BAA 8, kung hindi po nila pinasa yung BAA 88, at yung susundin natin, yung original election code, yun po, we will be giving 4 ballots per voter.
Okay.
Sinasabi niyo po, Mr. Chair, na tama po yung pagpasa. Ito para maliwanag kasi yung sinasabi naman ni Chair at yung gusto natin na representante ang mga sektor nandyan. Babasahin ko, 2013, nag-file po ako ng panukalang batas. At the time, SB 342, okay, July 2013. This bill seeks to provide the enabling law for the implementation of the provision on local sectoral representation provided under Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991. The Constitution encourages non-governmental, community-based, or sectoral organizations that promote the welfare of the nation. It also respects the role of independent people's organizations to enable the people to pursue and protect within the democratic framework their legitimate and collective interests and aspirations through peaceful and lawful means. Consistent with these state policies, Article 10, Section 9 provides that the legislative bodies of local governments shall have sectoral representation as may be prescribed by law, which essentially provides a venue for community-based organizations to participate in formal local governance processes. Local sectoral representation is an important step towards advancing the decentralization in the Philippine governmental system. Decentralization, among others, seeks to bring government closer to the people, making it more responsive to local needs, harness the participation of grassroots communities in public policy making. Participation of local sectoral groups in the local legislative bodies will help ensure that the interests of marginalized sectors are articulated, and this will allow them to contribute in making decisions that directly affect their social, political, and economic concerns. Section 41, paragraph C of RA 7160 sought to pursue the constitutional provisions on local sectoral representation. However, 15 years since the enactment of 7160, remember I wrote this in 2013, at that time 15 years, this important provision remains unimplemented as of 2013 because it requires an enabling law for the same to be implemented, and this bill addresses that need for an enabling law to allow broader representation and participation of community-based and people's organizations in local governance. In view of the foregoing, the immediate passage of this bill is sought, and this is the bill I filed not only for Bangsamoro but for all local governments, because an enabling law was needed from the 1991 Local Government Code, and Congress was remiss in enacting it. That's why, even as a very young senator then, I saw the need for an enabling law, and therefore this bill was filed way back 13 years ago. Huh?
You're still a young senator.
Yeah. Okay. So when I was a younger senator, hindi napasa ito. And just so that the body knows, up to this time, hindi pa po nababatas na isa sa batas. Napakahalaga. Did I refile it? I will refile it because this will give a voice, as the chair says, to the women, to the indigenous people, to the vulnerable populations. Ito ang kailangan talaga, grassroots communities to have representation. So I am heartened to know that this was used as a basis for empowering community-based communities, both Moro and non-Moro, Muslim and non-Muslim. Hopefully, I did not see BAA 88. Hopefully, the intent of your BAA 88, for which this bill is your inspiration, as you say, I hope it did not divert from the intent of this law, which is much needed because it is an enabling law as mandated by the Constitution. So having said that, I am heartened that a 13-year-old bill, which the national government has not yet, Congress and national, have not yet prioritized, and I'm now emboldened to refile it and to push for it. And second, I hear loud and clear what the chair said, that if we did not pass it through the Bangsamoro Parliament, the elections cannot be held this year. Ibig nyo sabihin, at saka baka apat ang masalimuot yung proseso, ganun ba yun?
Yes po, Madam Chair. Kung natuloy po yung halalan ngayon na hindi po na-reset o hindi po na-postpone, there will be no direct election of the sectoral organizations. Assembly lang po.
So nakabuti po. So, ibig sabihin po, itong inspirasyon na sinabi niyong basihan ng BAA 88, hindi po na etsepuera ang mga marginalized at vulnerable populations at communities. Sa halip, Ito po ay magbibigay daan para po magkaboses at representasyon ng ating mga kababaihan at mga katutubo at ang mga non-Muslim groups. Ganun ba ho ang inyong persepsyon, Chair?
Yes po, Madam Chair. In fact, if I may, Madam Chair, we received several years na po, ang daming mga local officials, local chief executive, ang naghihingi sa COMELEC ng implementing rules or regulation on the provision of 7160. Ang sabi po namin, kailangan po ng isang legislation. And that's
So ito
the
na po,
legislation.
ito na nga. Buti na hungkat natin, is that a right Filipino word? I'm glad that we're able to unearth my 13-year-old bill, which is languishing in the Senate archives. I will refile it on Monday. I may even stand on the floor to deliver a privileged speech and encourage the local government committee to hear it. Today, I can file it today. Yes, but we have to update it. We have to update it. Yes, this is not, hindi naman to unahan. In fact, kung gusto mo i-co-author ito, kasi napakahaba na ng pending ito. So, thank you. I mean, we are enlightened by the wisdom of the chair, chair of the COMELEC, who tells us it is essential that it is also being asked by other local governments. At ang balik nyo, ang sagot nyo ay wala pang enabling law. So gagawa po tayo ng enabling law, pero syempre we will subject this to consultation. Yes.
Okay. Madam, may I just, yes, thank you to our dear colleague. Baka we can file that already today. I'll be glad if you will accept me to be your co-author.
Yes, I will. Before we proceed with that, so very clear, it is not a stumbling block towards the conduct of the earliest possible orderly and honest elections. In fact, nakatulong po. Ganun ba yon, Chair?
Not a stumbling block, Your Honor. I think the question po nila, yung sila po is really more on the setting aside of the already existing, duly accredited political parties
But
and
the
sectors.
setting aside, it is not contained in my bill. That
Not
is
contained.
really an operational process, or baka po sa BAA, which I've not read, 88, dinagdag na nyo yung setting aside. Because here, clearly, there is no such thing as setting aside.
There's no such thing as setting aside in your bill
Yes.
13 years ago, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, and therefore, wala pong effect whatsoever. Tama po kayo, operational po, nasa BAA 88 promulgated, enacted by the Parliament.
Yes. So, the BAA 88 added, even if this is your inspiration, added the setting aside. Our question is, will the setting aside cause conflict because there is some disagreement, and is it bringing about now a stalemate, which is adding to the already difficult process? No?
That's why may I ask,
Hindi naman.
yes, with the indulgence of my dear colleague. Chairman, let's say, nandyan na yan, in-approve na nila yung BAA 88. Can't you make an exception for those that are already previously registered, not to make it too difficult to them? Parang ease of doing business, ika nga kung sa trade and industry, we pass the ease of doing it. Baka worried din sila that they have to go through the whole process again of magastos. Kung ano nga representation nga natin binibigay ito sa mga marginalized, talagang hindi naman sila, they cannot avail of funds for new lawyers, for new applications, to go to the to your office in Manila. Pwede bang magawa nyo ng paraan? Nandito naman yung buong COMELEC. The whole COMELEC is here. Maybe those who had filed previously, how many are they registered? How many were filed previously?
1,500 sectoral organizations filed. We accredited more or less 184 sectoral organizations from the different groups. In answer to your query, Mr. Chair, perhaps really in the IRR. However, if in the law per se it says that all accredited political parties will have to seek accreditation anew, the COMELEC's hands will be tied because that's the law, Mr. Chair. It cannot be corrected even by an IRR.
I agree, Your Honor. Pero ang punto ko lang is, madali lang naman magre-register eh. Register, pero baka we can give accordance that they're already registered with you, you already accredited them. Maybe yung 100, ilan ba sila? 180?
184.
184 organizations may be given the fast lane. Ika nga, para hindi na sila, yan ang appeal na natin sa inyo para wala na masyadong gulo sa kanila. I think that would settle some of their problems. I would feel, no? Baka pwedeng gawin yun.
Definitely, we will be doing that. In fact, the problem really is, what are we going to do with those which we already accredited? Ibig sabihin po ba, mali tayo nung inaccredit natin and then we're not going to accredit them. So,
Yes.
really, they have this advantage already when it comes to accreditation as compared to those who will be seeking accreditation for the first time.
You can utilize the documentation that already submitted to you guys. Kasi, ika nga, parang ease of doing business yan eh. When you submit the document to one agency, you have to submit the same documents to the other agency. It's already considered as accepted because it's the same documentation anyways, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that will be included in the IRR. We intend to include that in the IRR.
Then I just have one fundamental question before I recognize Attorney Nagib, MP Nagib. What is how are you going to operationalize this? I think that's very important. Is how they will operationalize BAA 88. Because for example, it says here 2 seats for the non-Moro IPs and settler communities. 2 seats. Women. Youth, traditional leaders, and ulama will have 1 seat each. Okay. So, how will you operationalize that now? Because how will they do it in their ballot? Because I'm just trying to visualize the ballot. So the ballot will be, on the front page, will be those directly elected, I think, by their
Parliamentary district,
36
Mr. Chair.
districts ba yun? 32 districts. So directly, may mga 32 districts dyan. So ilalagay nila yan. I don't know how you'll do it. You can, because you're doing it automated. So it's only one or one district seat, those who applied. So kung
One district seat pertain to the district and then all the candidates for that
applied.
particular district.
Yes, so that's one at the top of the ballot. Below, that will be the 40. Yan ba yung political parties?
Only the political parties po. So kung 10 o 20 kunwari, Mr. Chair, ang accredited namin, 20 lahat na political parties. Yung names ng mga nominees will not be included in the ballots.
How will they vote? Kasi you need 40 seats for that. So how will you allocate that? By the most number? How will you do it, Chairman? Paano?
Yun na po, Mr. Chair, yung binabanggit kanina po na threshold of 4%. Na nireduce ng Bangsamoro ngayon from 4% to 2.5%. Meaning, 4% or 2.5% ngayon of the valid votes cast for the political party. So, for example, Mr. Chair, ang bumoto sa political party ay 100,000. So you get the 2.5% of 100,000. Kunyari lang po, Mr. Chair, isa lang ang nanalo. Isa lang ang nakakuha ng 2.5% sa lahat ng 20 na political party. So yung political party na yung kanya lahat yung 40 seats.
40 seats.
Kung dalawa silang nakakuha ng 2.5, hati sila tig 20. Kung tatlo sila, divided by 3 ang 20.
So you're saying kung may mga 5 na nakakuha ng 2.5%, hati-hati sila sa 40 seats. But what happens about, don't you do a ratio as well? For
Yes
example,
po, Mr. Chair.
For example, kung 1 milyon ang natanggap ng isang political party, like the party of MP Lanang, Ali, 1 milyon silang bumoto dun. Don't they get a bigger share of the 40 seats?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Proportional representation po yon. So basta dapat, Mr. Chair, ang basehan lagi is the number of votes cast, valid votes cast for the party list. That's why po, Mr. Chair, na-complicate lang nung una dahil meron pong presence nung none of the above. Yung po yung ni-resolve. Tinanggal na rin po yan. Tinanggal na nila yon. So, dun po ang pag-compute nila dyan. So, meaning to say, indeed, ibiniparehas, 4 tayo nakakuha ng 2.5%, pero yung isa nakakuha ng 5, mas malaki po yung mabibigay na
So proportional representation.
Yes po.
That's very clear. Very good. Page 2, second page. Dito na yan sa ating mga seats reserved for sectoral representatives. paano naman natin makokondak yan na yun? How, para we have an idea, more or less, since they passed already BAA 88 and the COMELEC is here, how now will we choose the 2 seats for the Moro indigenous, non-Moro IPs, the settlers, women, youth, traditional leaders? Will there be a box for women, box for youth, box for settler communities, and box for IPs? Ganun ba yan?
Sir Chair,
Magkakaroon ba sila ng ano?
wala pa pong idea si COMELEC sapagkat hindi pa po effective yung law as of today. Because under their the law that they pass, it will become effective 15 days after publication. As of today, we have no knowledge that it was published already. So,
Maybe I'll ask them. I'll ask the BTA. How do you conceptualize or operationalize this section 15, reserved seats for sectoral representatives? Paano natin ma-elect sila, Attorney Nagib? Kasi sa party list system na yun, it's only one. Our elections, tayo, when we vote, you only choose one. We cannot choose one for women. We cannot choose one for urban poor. We cannot. Only one. But under the BOL, we put we put them clearly defined. Is that what we're going to do? Clearly defined? So 2 seats so there'll be opportunity to elect IPs and non-Moro settlers, etc., etc. So maybe we can ask attorney, how will it be done?
Yung pong manner of election, sir, sinimplify natin, popular vote na. Except for non-Moro indigenous people. Kasi very specific yun sa BOL, nakalagay talaga. I-adapt natin yung sarili nilang sistema ng pagpili, yung non-Moro indigenous people. So hindi na sila masasali doon sa popular vote. But doon sa ibang sectors, women, youth, yung mga accredited na sectoral organizations, nagpa-accredit yan doon sa mga offices, ministries ng BARMM at ng Commission on Election, magno-nominate sila ng kandidato nila doon sa sector nila. So mga pangalan na ho at popular vote na. Hindi na assemblies ang gagawin natin. Kagaya nung nangyayari sa LGU ngayon. Alam mo, yung indigenous people's representative in the council in a LGU, yung sila-sila ang nag-assembly para mamili. This time around, it will be by vote.
But my question lang is, are we going to really deliver to them those seats? These
Yes, sir.
sectoral representatives?
Yes, sir.
Unlike
Wala
the
hong-
party list system kasi that we have now.
No, sir. It will not happen. Yung pong sector ng women, babae pa rin ang mapipili dyan. It cannot be entered by ibang sector, ibang tao.
Yeah.
Sila pa rin ang pipiliin natin.
So how will the ballot look? That's what I'm asking. If you want to operationalize this,
Opo,
how
yung
will the
sector
ballot
ho,
look?
halimbawa, women. And then ilalagay natin yung mga kandidato nung lahat nung sectoral organization or sectoral wing ng accredited political party na nag-nominate ng kandidato nila. Doon tayo mamimili sa mga women na yon na
So
nominated.
pangalan na, hindi na parties. Pangalan na ilalabas.
Pangalan na po.
How about, except for the indigenous people,
Yes,
sabi
sir.
mo, except for that, because even with us, when we choose our IPMR, the indigenous people's representatives in the local level, may sariling paraan. Free, prior, informed consent yan with all their leaders. So, how about the youth? 1 seat. How about the ulamas? 1 seat. So, pangalan din yun,
Opo.
ilalabas.
From the nominees of the sectoral organizations accredited. Para mas sure lang natin na yung accreditation process ensures na yung sector lang ang mapipili natin.
So
Hindi tayo
very
lalabas
clear,
doon.
Attorney Nagib, very clear right here in this committee that each of them will be represented in the parliament.
Yes, sir. Wala hong chance na ibang sector ang mag-occupy ng seat nila. It will still be reserved for them.
Okay, very clear. So Chairman, wala pa sa inyo yung batas pero sana ganun po mangyayari na paglabas ng balota ay women's, IP, settler community, pati yung...
From the settler community,
Additional.
Attorney Arnaldo.
Yes, please, Attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. We really appreciate this discussion. I just want to follow up that, sir, under the electoral code, there is a requirement for the special registration for sectoral voters. Because in the absence of a special registration, we will have no way of knowing who will be the voters for the settler. No, we have to determine who will be the voter for the women and who will be the voter for the ulama. So in this situation, absence the special registration, everyone, the 2.3 voters in the BARMM will be able to vote for the women or all, yes, for the entire, for all sectors. And so that is our fear, because if that is the case, then we dilute the concept of reserved seat because it will now be dictated by the majority.
Yeah, that's true. But I guess the wisdom kasi, Madam, of the BTA, and I'm just thinking, I'm just trying to find their train of thought here, is that throw it to the body. Parang to throw it to the population on who they want to be the representatives for the settler community. I know it's more difficult because definitely settler communities from Cotabato now have to reach out to the Basilan settler communities. They have to reach out to to Tawi-Tawi, to Lanao del Sur, parang ganun ang lalabas. At ang mangyayari dyan, paramihan ng boto yan because who can get the most number of votes will represent that one seat in the settler community. I now am trying to understand the wisdom of why the BTA had done that. No, so, because what's going to happen, since it's only one seat, talagang labanan niya ng settler communities of all the provinces of the BARMM. Yes. Yes, please.
I just want to follow up that to stress that under the present law, there is no requirement. They have not yet. They have not allowed for the special registration of voters. So ang problema po dito, we have no problem electing our representatives even through popular direct vote, because that is really the idea of the electoral code, for as long as we are clear that the ones voting are the settlers. But in the absence of the special registration, we will be overwhelmed by the 2.3 million voters. So that is just our apprehension. And
ang gusto nyo, yung mga kapatid natin Muslim, hindi boboto sa inyo.
yes, that is really the idea, because under
But the problem
Section
is-
2 of the special registration for sectoral voters, the COMELEC, through the BEO, shall call for a special registration within the autonomous region to adopt a system for the registration of voters and election of candidates for sectoral representatives.
Yeah, I think the problem with the sectoral representatives is unique. Because women and youth, syempre lahat magdidesisyon yan. Women and youth, lahat magdidesisyon yan. Yung settler communities nga. So, why can't we not do it that way, that we give the same privilege to the IPs?
Sir, una walang basis doon sa BOL. Talagang ang in-exempt lang natin ay yung non-Moro indigenous peoples. Kasi sa Constitution naman, generic elections. Hindi pwedeng ibang manner of selecting it. So, ang nag-provide ng exemption is the organic law. Kaya sinundan natin na yun lang yun. Ang mas mabigat ho na choice talaga ay isasama ba natin yung mga ibang botante sa BARMM na mamili or sila lang. Dito ho yung operations challenge na sinasabi ni Chairman, because kung gagawin natin na sila lang mamimili sa sector nila, we will need a registration by the Commission on Elections. Very specific, bawat registrant, tatanungin mo pa, saan ka rito na sector ang gusto mong botohan? Mamili ka ng 3. So you need that system. You need to preserve that system and then transmit that system to the electoral board sa actual election, sir. Presinto na tayo nito. Ibig sabihin, yung teacher, kailangan alam niya yung ginawa na registration ni Commission on Elections. Kasi bawat botante yung papasok, tatanungin niya, anong sector ang pinili mo? I-check pa niya doon sa ano niya. Pipila ho tayo, hindi usad yung election doon. Kasi magtatanungan tayo, mamili, i-verify pa natin, tama ba na ikaw ay pipili ng bago mabigay nung BEI yung balota sa kanya at pabutuin siya. Now you can just imagine the challenge confronted with this one. Kaya ho sinimplify natin.
Attorney siya, and then afterwards, Attorney Mastura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Chair, for purposes of not being remiss of my mission to represent the Parliament Speaker, I would just like to read a portion of the position paper submitted by BTA Parliament Speaker Honorable Muhammad Yaqub. The BTA strongly affirms its commitment to democratic governance, peace building, and the full implementation of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. In line with this commitment, the BTA expresses its unequivocal support for the conduct of the first regular Bangsamoro parliamentary elections in 2026, as mandated by law and as expected by the Bangsamoro people. The conduct of elections in 2026 is a decisive step in completing the transition from the interim governance structure to a fully democratic, representative, and accountable Bangsamoro government. This transition is not only a legal obligation, but a political and moral duty owed to the people who struggled for the right to self-determination, justice, and meaningful autonomy. All things considered, the BTA can safely say that it undertook programs and activities to prepare for the 2025 supposed first parliamentary elections on October 13, 2025, to put to test the provisions of the Bangsamoro Electoral Code that was just amended in its original form, and to give the Bangsamoro people the power to choose their representatives in the regular Bangsamoro Parliament. These were also in adherence to the previous statements of the national government, primarily by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., to ensure that the elections would be peaceful, orderly, and credible. Surely, the highly anticipated elections would solidify legitimacy of and afford genuine mandate for the Bangsamoro government according to the will of the electorate. By supporting the conduct of elections in 2026, the BTA affirms that the future of the Bangsamoro shall be determined by democratic choice, lawful governance, and the collective will of its citizens, and respectfully submit to the wisdom of the Honorable Houses of Congress as to its date. Mr. Speaker, that's the end of the position paper. What I would like to also point out, and i-emphasize ko lang po, that the BTA Parliament, of course, is a collegial body, and we respect the will of the majority. There were oppositions to the amendments to the Electoral Code. I used to chair the Committee on Rules that passed the Electoral Code in its original form. And patungkol po dito sa mga sectoral representatives na to, there were also considerations katulad ng traditional leaders. So traditional leaders, mga sultan. Mga sultan na because of this amendment would have to be voted directly by the people regardless of whether they are fellow sultans or fellow royals. Number two is the ulama. Yung ulama po ay mga Islamic scholars. And one consideration of not including them doon sa direct plurality of votes na manner of election is because they are Islamic scholars that cannot be tainted by politics. Kung halimbawa iikot sila para mangampanya, yung kanilang sektor ng ulama ay maaaring mataint po.
Is the BAA 88, they have to campaign?
Yes, sir. Yes, they do. Yes, sir. And then just to also point out, I think kailangan lang din i-emphasize that the assemblies that has been mentioned is only for the first election, supposedly. Kasi sa next na election po ay direct voting na sa women, settler, at saka sa youth. At ang boboto po ay base doon sa special registration of voters sana to determine the demographic. Kung ang isang lalaki ay hindi po, isang botante ay lalaki na hindi belong sa youth at hindi naman po siya settler at Muslim siya, hindi na siya makakaboto. So that's the idea doon sa original electoral code.
Unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to implement.
But then,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, just to also say na the COMELEC has in fact already issued the IRR for the original Bangsamoro Electoral Code. Yung una po. But of course, this is water under the bridge. Meron pong napasa. Gusto ko lang i-register na yung Parliament, nung pinasa ito ay nag-engage po sa healthy debate. Pinag-usapan po itong lahat. Unfortunately, of course, meron talagang mananaig na mga numbers at meron naman pong hindi. So maraming salamat
Thank
po.
you. Attorney Mastura,
Yes,
VP Mastura.
I'll go straight to the point kasi kulang na tayo po ng time, Mr. Chair. Actually, yung sectoral representatives became the most powerful MPs. Do you know why? They will be voted at large. At the same time, only the sectoral organizations can nominate. So yung list na yun ng pangalan nila, limited. Potentially, they can agree among themselves. 1 or 2 lang ang inominate natin. But with a mandate from the people, from the whole of the Bangsamoro, they're like regional senators. Potentially, they become chief minister. Hindi lang sila marginalized. Yung 8 na yan, nasa tabi lang kasi sectoral lang kayo. Sasabihin ngayon ng MP na yun, ng sectoral, ako binoto ko na buong Bangsamoro, buong electorate ng BARMM. So regional senator ang dating niya. Depende sa kung magaling yung kanilang MP na pinili. So na-empowered po ang sectoral representatives. This is the genius of the bill of Senator Loren Legarda. So pag na-adapt natin yan sa mga LGUs, ganun din po. Siga na po ang sectoral representatives.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's continue with asking, of course, the opinion of the different agencies. Right side naman po tayo. Is there a position, does the PNP or the DILG, USEC, do you have any position on the matter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. We have a short prepared statement, Mr. Chair. The DILG supports the constitutionally grounded measure to secure credible, orderly, and inclusive first regular parliament elections of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and to protect the integrity of local governance and the exercise of suffrage in the autonomous region. In its resolution, the COMELEC assessed that prevailing timelines, statutory constraints, and unresolved legal implications affecting mandatory preliminary election activities render the conduct of the parliamentary elections no longer feasible under the existing schedule. Proceeding otherwise, as COMELEC itself has determined, would expose the electoral exercise to serious legal infirmities and undermine its credibility. The department fully acknowledges the constitutional role of COMELEC as the lead and independent authority over election-related matters, including the determination of feasibility, readiness, and the compliance with election laws. In this regard, the DILG respects and defers to COMELEC's technical judgment and official determination in the conduct of the BARMM parliamentary elections. At the same time, and consistent with its mandate, the department stands ready to ensure peace and order, public safety, and effective coordination with all concerned agencies in the conduct of the elections, whenever the same may be lawfully scheduled, in support of a credible and orderly election process. The department further affirms its readiness to perform its coordinative and supervisory role in support of peaceful and orderly conduct of the first BARMM elections at the appropriate time. Our bottom line, Mr. Chair, the DILG respects the wisdom and the sound judgment of the Senate of the Philippines and the House of Representatives to determine the most opportune time for the conduct of the elections. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Handa naman po kayo at ang PNP na siguraduhin na ligtas ang ating mga kababayan doon po. General? Yeah.
That is always the desire and the directive of Secretary Juanito John Vic C. Remulla, sir, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Pera. Siyempre, sabihin ni Chairman, kailangan natin ng pera. DBM, may pera ba? May pera bang COMELEC para dito?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Senator Miguel Zubiri, and Senator J.V. Ejercito, and all others present. As to the provision of funds for the budgetary requirements of the bill, meron po tayong 1.2 billion under the FY 2026 GAA for COMELEC. Now, if they need more funds, meron po silang accumulated available allotment from prior year's budget in the amount of 20.9 billion as of December 31, 2025. Thank you.
Can be confirmed by the Chairman. Chairman, may pondo tayo, Chairman?
Medyo may mali lang po doon sa statement. Ganito po, Mr. Chair. The budget for the Bangsamoro parliamentary election is 2.5 billion. And based do sa usapan with the former Secretary of DBM, kinuha po namin yon sa existing budget ng COMELEC. And so we were able to produce the 2.5 billion. Now, Mr. Chair, nakagastos na po kami in preparation for the October 13, supposedly, Bangsamoro parliamentary election ng 1.2 billion pesos. 500 million para sa printing ng balota, and then yung pag-list ng mga machines, transmission devices, etc., etc. So, since po hindi natuloy yun, nawala po yung buong 1.2 billion pesos. We were so happy and we are so grateful to Congress because through the efforts of of Congress, more specifically Senator Win Gatchalian, and Senator and Congressman Congresswoman Swansing, nabalik po sa 2026 budget yung buong 1.2 billion. So, intact, available, at naandyan po yung buong budget that COMELEC can utilize for purposes of a reset Bangsamoro parliamentary election. Naka-continuing appropriation po yung kalahati noon, at yung kalahati naman ay nasa 2026 budget.
Thank you. That's very good news. Let's continue. Who's next in line? Is that Attorney Rona of Lente, Representative of Lente? Then we'll recognize
we have
everyone
a
else.
prepared statement, Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
We support the measure to conduct the BARMM parliamentary elections on this year, on September. We strongly reiterate our position that the BARMM regional elections should have been conducted as early as May 2022. Just like what Chairperson George Garcia said earlier, every lawyer will have a different reading of law and jurisprudence. This is the case in our reading of the Abbas-Kida case. As to synchronization is a constitutional mandate and not merely a matter of legislation. Although we understand and recognize the purpose of desynchronization, as we have noted in the House of Suffrage Committee hearing last February 3, it is our opinion that the bill seeking to set the date of the BARMM parliamentary elections must comply with this constitutional mandate. The next BPE should therefore be synchronized with the 2028 national and local elections, which will be held on the second Monday of May. On the term of elected officials, a provision stating that the BPE in September 2026 is not a special election, but a continuation of the 2025 national and local elections is already in the filed bill of the chairperson. From this provision, a legal conclusion can be drawn to the effect that the term of office of local elective officials started after the original schedule of election in accordance with the provision of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This will not violate the 3-year term. We know that there is a distinction between the term of office and the full service of term. The use of an automated election system. There is a provision, Chair, in the counterpart bill filed in the House that COMELEC is allowed to use other modes of electoral system, limited to a manual system. We do not support this provision, Chair, because given the history of election violence in the region, the speed and accuracy provided by an AES will be critical. Swift results reduce the window for election instability and fraud and boost public confidence in the first regular election. So that's our position, Chair, as to the filed bill of your committee.
Thank you very much, Attorney. And I think the idea and the plan of COMELEC is to automate it.
At all costs, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
at all costs, I agree with you, Chairman, because the speed is important and mahirap yung mano-mano dun sa lugar at baka magkakagulo talaga. Next is from the Citizenship and Parliamentary Initiative, Attorney Latif. Attorney.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Magandang hapon po, Chairman Mig Zubiri at si Deputy Majority Floor Leader JV Ejercito. Ako po ay nagpahayag ngayon ng aking suporta sa batas na para magkaroon po ng eleksyon. Ang isyong pagtalakay po sa ngayon ay kung yung paghahari ng batas o rule of law at karapatan ng mamamayang Bangsamoro na maitatag ang kanilang pamahalaan. Ang Bangsamoro Organic Law po ay malinaw. Ang pamahalaan ng rehiyon ay dapat hinahalal at kinatawan ito ng taong bayan. Ang parlamento, ang sentro ng sariling pamahalaan, ito po ay right to self-determination as self-governance. Ang Bangsamoro po ay hindi hindi makakaboto sa March 30, 2026 dahil nagkaroon ng deferment ang COMELEC ng eleksyon. Ganun din po, hindi po nakaboto yung Bangsamoro noong October 13 dahil sa COMELEC. Ipinagpaliban din. Noong May 9, 2022, ganun din po, hindi po nakaboto yung Bangsamoro at May 12, 2025 po. Apat na beses po ay tila bigo po ang Bangsamoro magtaguyod na ng kanyang halal na gobyerno at hanggang ngayon. 10 years po ang pinakahuling eleksyon sa Bangsamoro, May 2016, si Mujiba Taman po. Siya po ang nag-advocate na synchronized election law. Ako po yung naging lawyer doon sa COMELEC at nag-argue doon. Ito po yung dinidiscuss dito na KIDA versus COMELEC. Pati po yung dinidiscuss na Lanang Ali, ako po yung abogado doon ni Commander Bravo tungkol doon sa constitutionality ng BA 777. Pati po doon sa BA 35 na nakabinbin ngayon sa Supreme Court. Ang nagtataka po ako dahil for the span of 10 months, 3 postponement po ang election sa BARMM. Bakit ito ay nangyayari lang sa BARMM? Yun po ang aking katanungan. Kanina po, ang ating chairman ng COMELEC ay marami siyang sinasabi tungkol dito sa yung Uding municipality, baka maka-apekto to sa eleksyon sa BARMM. Pati yung bagong batas ng BARMM na BTA 88. Ang batayan po ng demokrasyan ay halalan po. So, for the very longer time po, ang Bangsamoro po ay hindi po nakatikim po ng ito pong pagtaguyod. Promise po yan ng Comprehensive Agreement on Bangsamoro. 7 times po nung panahon po ng ARMM ay napuspon po. Binilang ko po kung ilang taon po yung walang elected at hindi unelected official ng BARMM. 12 years po out of the 36 years. So ibig sabihin po 1/3. Bakit po ang hirap itaguyod yung aming kasarinlan sa Bangsamoro? Ang buhay na batas po ay itong Republic Act 12123. Ito po yung siniset yung election sa October 13, 2025. Ito po ay buhay na batas. Hindi po ito na-declare na unconstitutional. Hindi po natin kailangan ng bagong batas para iset yung election kasi meron na pong batas. Ina-address ko po ito sa Senado kasi yung Senado po ang nag-enact nitong batas. Actually, ito po yung naging decision ng Supreme Court na mag-eleksyon dahil nag-declare unconstitutional ng BAA 77. Balikan po natin yung BA 77. Ang BA 77 ay lahat ng operative provision po na ginawa ng BTA ay na-declare unconstitutional. Alam ko po yun. Ako po yung nag-raise at sumulat ng pleading sa Supreme Court. Tapos po, isang issue dun po ay dahil ginawa yung batas na yon during election period. Ngayon po, COMELEC nag-set sila ng election activity. BAA 86, within election period. Naging karoon po ng violation. Na-complicate ngayon po kasi merong BA 88. Ano pang sinasabi po ng Republic Act 12123? Na batas po. Kasi ito po yung pinagdidibatihan kanina. Section 4, kasi buhay po ng batas ito, hindi po natin i-declare, hindi pa po din-declare ng Supreme Court na unconstitutional. For the purpose of this act, aspirants who file their certificate of candidacy for the parliamentary district and nominees for party representatives listed in the certificates of nomination, acceptance incorporated in the manifestation of intent to participate filed by duly accredited political parties from November 4 to November 9, 2025 shall be, ito po yung operative fact, automatically considered as candidate and nominees in October. Walang election nung October 13, 2025 election na hindi puntos of issue na po ito. Ibig sabihin po, merong limitasyon yung BTA para mag-enact na baguhin itong nakasaad sa Constitution na di automatic candidates po, kung sino yung nakapile, hindi ko lang alam, wala naman ako sinusuportahan dyan, ay nandoon po sila. Ano po yung provision nitong batas na to? Actually, hindi po mandatory sa batas na to nang mag-enact ng districting law. Nakalagay dito, provided that the COMELEC shall have the authority to issue appropriate guidelines on the filing of certificate of candidacy in case the seats originally allocated to Province of Sulu are reapportioned by the Bangsamoro Parliament. So kung wala pong reapportionment, hindi magbibigay ng guidelines yung COMELEC. So hindi po mandatory yun. So ito pong election na po sa amin po sa Bangsamoro ay palagi pong napopostpone. Ang synchronization law, magbigay po ako kung bakit ay nandiyan at bakit hindi kailangan ni synchronization. Una po yung kaso ni Kida versus COMELEC. Pangalawa po, nung panahon po ng ARMM, lahat po ng mga kandidato daw sa regional government ngayon, noon, ay by anointment. Naging election lawyer din po ako dyan. Bumoto, nakita ko na wala pong ibang mga watcher kasi ang bubotohan mo lang parliament eh. So wala pong nagmamasid. So yung regularity ng election, palagi pong nako-question po yun. Kapag synchronize po, nandiyan po yung kandidato ng presidente, kandidato ng Senado, kandidato ng House of Representatives, Konsehal, Mayor, Gobernador. Mas mapoprotektahan po yung eleksyon. So, ito pong panghuli na lang po, no? Yung desisyon po ng Supreme Court dito sa Lanang Ali ay nakapending pa po sa Supreme Court. Hindi po nangangahulugan na hindi ito na-implement ay wala na pong jurisdiction yung Supreme Court. Ang jurisdiction patungkol sa election na dapat magkaroon March 31, 2026 ay nasa kamay pa rin po ng Supreme Court. Bagamat hindi po nasunod ito dahil sa circumstances na nangyari, hindi po rin nangangahulugan na wala na rin pong jurisdiction ng Supreme Court. Susundin po ba natin itong decision? Effective po ba rin itong decision ng Supreme Court? O susuwayin po natin? Meron po ba ritong issue ng separation of powers? Dahil ang Supreme Court ay nakatangan niya ngayon kung kailan yung eleksyon. Nagbigay po siya ng taning po. Ito po thereafter, in compliance with Section 5 of Voters Registration Act, Respondent Commission on Election is directed to promptly proceed with its preparation and conduct election not later than March 31, 2026. This decision shall be immediately executory. Buhay pa rin po itong decision na to. Hindi ko po alam, pasya na rin ito ng Senado, kung ito po ay may issue ng separation of power. Pinakalas na po, dahil po itong mga eleksyon na to ay hindi nagkakaroon ng puwang, ayon po sa kasi nagkaroon po ng discussion dito ng violent extremism, Sa IRR po niya, political exclusion is one of the conditions conducive to spread of terrorism. Basahin ko po yung isang FDG, malapit na po ako, pasensya na po, kasi ito lang opportunity ko. Ang sabi po doon sa FDG ng isang youth ay, only those who are in high position participated in the decision making. They don't inform those who are affected by the decision. Ito po ay isang research na sinabi niyang ganun na these sentiments may be exploited by violent extremists, organization, or other nefarious actor that offer a sense of inclusion of self-worth. Bakit po kami nagkaroon ng Marawi Siege noong 2017? Nagkaroon ng failure po sa BBL 1. So ngayon po, Comprehensive Bangsamoro Agreement na Bangsamoro government po. Kasi yung BT po, hindi po gobyerno yan eh. Ang gobyerno po ay hinalal ng mga tao. Yung unelected po, hindi po gobyerno yan. Hanggang ngayon, wala po kami. So, yun po yung puwang ng demokrasya. Nagpupuno ng mga puwang. Tinanong ko po si Lisel, CCA. Ano ba? Bakit ba? Kasi sila po yung dyan sa climate conflict monitoring. Tumaas po yung incident ng violence extremism. Siguro alam nyo na po yan ang stability. So ang masasabi ko lang po dito, ang COMELEC ay may kapangyarihan din na magkaroon na ng eleksyon, i-implement yung Republic Act 12123 at yung mga sinasabi nilang yung BTA action na magdidelay nito, na naman, mga reasons po, ay sana po, Bangsamoro po ay maitayunan niya at maitaguyod yung Bangsamoro. Pinangako ng CAB, pinangako ng BBUL, at ngayon ay wala pa rin kaming demokrasya dahil wala kaming gobyerno. Salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Attorney Latif. So quickly lang before I recognize Ma'am Lizelle Bugtay, Chairman, that's the second time I heard that you can actually, Dave, sandali. Yeah, Chairman, you can actually be the one to set the date? Is there any legal
with due
credence
respect,
to that?
Mr. Chair, the COMELEC cannot set the date. Yung Republic Act 12123 is very clear. The date is October 13. Now, if we are going to cite a decision in the Ali case, the Supreme Court is very clear likewise. 1, 2, 3. After compliance nung number 1, after compliance nung number 2, tsaka papasok yung duty ni COMELEC to set the date of the election which cannot be beyond March 31. Eh ano po yung compliance number 1, number 2 for the Bangsamoro Parliament to enact a districting law by October 30. Yung pangalawa, follow Section 5 of Republic Act 8189. Before the COMELEC's duty will come in. Ang problem po, Mr. Chair, hindi nasunod yung number 1, hindi nasunod yung number 2, pero nag-comply si COMELEC. Nag-set po kami ng March 30 noong November 7 on the assumption na baka before November 30, makakapag-enact si Parliament ng district law. Yung po kasi 120 days, November 30. Well, unfortunately, hindi po sila nakapag-enact ng districting law and therefore, yung duty ni COMELEC under item number 3 cannot be complied with. And therefore, what date will the COMELEC, how can now the COMELEC set up a date? We are going to amend Republic Act 12123, which is an enactment of Congress.
So, pero you will not naman court, you don't think you'll be courting contempt? Di naman.
It's a violation of it's impeachable, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So,
Meron lang ako. Isang rejoinder lang po kasi
Yes, Attorney.
ni-require po kami ng Supreme Court to move into the premises kung ano po yung status ng kaso na to. So, wala na po yung balakid ng districting law, nandiyan na po. Ibig sabihin po, wala na pong balakid na magkaroon ng eleksyon. Yung kaso na po yun ay i-resolve na sa tingin ko ng COMELEC dahil meron ng districting law. Ang nangyari lang po yung March 31 na date. Hintayin po natin yung Supreme Court na magtakda ng bagong date.
But I think that's already that's already an overreach because really that's a function of Congress.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a senator and a congressman before, and we believe, and I've always fought that there should be really three branches of government, that they should be doing their own thing. And the enactment of a law, of a date for the law is, or rather, the enactment of an election date is done by Congress, especially for not the local, because that's already in the Constitution, but on special elections such as this, which is BARMM and barangay and SK. So, I know if you let the lawyers go today, I'm sure may gabi pa tayo uwi sa debate.
We submit po sa inyo po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney. Anyway, it's not no harm. No harm on us. That's our job as legislators. We'll just hasten the deliberation. Kasi ako, together with my Deputy Majority Floor Leader, together with Senator Legarda and all the members, we plan to pass this before the break. So hopefully by end of first week of March, tapos na to on our part. So Ma'am Lizelle, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Your Honors. Good afternoon to our colleagues from government and CSO partners. We are a local peace-building organization that has been monitoring violence in the Bangsamoro for more than a decade. So we echo your concern earlier, Mr. Chair, on the spikes of violence that is happening in the Bangsamoro. So, Your Honors, if we believe that if we do not act now, the promises of democracy embedded in this electoral exercise will mean very little to an exasperated Moro youth at this very moment are being attracted and enticed by the quick and violent actions of violent extremists. We stand with IAJ and our other CSO partners here in pushing for elections at the soonest possible time. For our part, we are laying down a formidable violent monitoring machinery to upgrade our successful review of last year's midterm elections. Our conflict data, Mr. Chair, have shown that every election period, violence, both incidents and deaths in the Bangsamoro has spiked up. So for example, the latest midterms elections in May 25, we recorded at least 759 violent incidents and 244 deaths. And most of these incidents are gun-related. That's why we also echo your concern on the proliferation of loose firearms in the Bangsamoro. And our second point also, Mr. Chair, I know that we've also been monitoring the social media. We saw that it has become a content creation now of showing off the powerful firearms over the social media, especially in TikTok. So when we believe and we adhere to our government troops that the threat of violent extremism is down, but our monitoring system recently have been recording more frequent sightings of armed groups, particularly among youth groups along the Lanao corridors that believed to be Dawla Islamiyah. And we know, of course, the Bonda incident happened, and it has been linked also in Mindanao, for example. So we believe that these threats should be addressed, and especially with the importance of the parliamentary elections to be held at the soonest possible time. And we also call on the government that aside from preparations on the logistics of the legal, it's very important also to put in place all the security measures, especially in the hotspots area during elections. This means we saw in the area that as long as there are extensive military presence in one area, the violence really went down, or the establishment of community-based monitoring and response, like the humanitarian effort, because we know that if there's a firefight or a bombing, people in that area tend to be displaced and they can no longer vote. So we strongly hope that all security measures will be in place for a peaceful, fair, and honest first parliamentary elections in the Bangsamoro. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ma'am Lizelle. As a matter of fact, we had prepared to present the videos that we have collected. But unfortunately, I didn't want to present it because it was minors. And we have to cover the face of the minors. It will put them under risk. Mga bata, 15, 14-year-old with high-powered firearms.
If I may,
yes, Ma'am Lizelle.
If I may add, Mr. Chair, just for example, the recent attack in Munay, we got information from our partners in the ground that those are mostly perpetrated by young people, around 20 years old. So it's quite alarming that more young people, youth, are being enticed to join this type of armed groups.
I'd like to raise that alarm with Secretary Galvez together with our AFP and PNP here, that BARMM is not a forgotten country. It's not a forgotten area of the Philippines. It's still part and parcel of the Republic of the Philippines, just within an autonomous region of the Republic of the Philippines under the framework given to us by our Constitution. So it is still the mandate of the AFP, and you were once the chief Chief of Staff, General Chief of Staff, Your Honor, to still continue looking after the needs of the peace-loving people. Our Muslim brothers and sisters, they are peace-loving. Not all of them are none of them are extremists. Only very few. So I want to bring that concern up because obviously I come from another part, but Bukidnon and Lanao share one boundary, So anything that crops up in the area, of course, it affects the rest of northern Mindanao, eastern Mindanao, southern Mindanao. Ayaw natin yun. So I think they should step up the preparations. I think Sec Charlie should be coordinating with Chief of Staff Browner and together with the PNP Chief Nartates and Secretary John Vic Remulla, because it's getting alarming. The amount they're fantasizing it, they're romanticizing it. That the young people with the guns moving around, parang lawless na yung Mindanao pagdating nun. And nilalabas nila sa social media. Dapat pati yan, maklamp down yan ng DICT. I think the DND and the PNP and the DILG should get in touch with the DICT to flag that. flag that and to come up with we have the Anti-Cybercrime Act. Maybe they can investigate that because definitely young children are not allowed to be bringing around guns, and these are high-powered firearms are not allowed under our laws. Okay lang po sana kung mga MILF yan waiting for decommissioning, okay lang yun. Pero pag ito ay ibang grupo na, that's another story. That's a different story, Your Honors. We're very worried about that. So we'd now like to recognize, of course, Ma'am Miranda of CSAT.
Hello. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon po sa lahat. The CSAT is a coalition of 35 civil society organizations across the BARMM. And my organization, I'm representing Tuma Ko Kapagingid Service Organization, a local NGO based in Lanao del Sur that works directly on PCVE. But on the subject matter that's the reason why we're here, sir, we express our support to the timely conduct of the first BARMM parliamentary elections as proposed. We believe that this democratic exercise will enhance the legitimacy of the regional government where mandate clearly emanates from its peoples. Any further delay may result to the deterioration of the trust and confidence of the Bangsamoro people on the democratic system. For the information of your honorable senators, we're part of the groups of CSOs and NGOs that conducted BARMM-wide political education and voters education in preparation for the supposed October 1st BARMM parliamentary elections. And we echo the sentiments of the communities in already feeling that baka never nang magkaroon ng election sa BARMM because of the consecutive postponements. During the deliberation of our esteemed members of the BTA's proposal on the amendatory provisions on the electoral code, we've also submitted position paper to them that while we celebrate other amendments to the law, we fear that the introduction on the manner by which other sectors will be elected may invite legal challenge before the Supreme Court and may even further cause delay again to the supposed election. That's why we proposed that there may be a reconsideration on the policy, but because it's already passed, it even begs to mind the question, because we're all conditioned, Your Honors, that for us sectors, we belong to the women's sector. In fact, we're among those who were not granted accreditation. But we recognize that other sectors or other organizations were already able to secure accreditation. And with the introduction on direct plurality, during the last roundtable discussion held in Manila, organized by the Institute for Autonomy and Governance, other sectors already consider challenging the new law because of the manner by which their sector will be elected, such as the ulama and the traditional leaders. So to us, we put supremacy in the voices of the Bangsamoro, and we believe that resolving the issues first should not compromise the urgency of conducting the elections the earliest possible time in 2026, because it is a significant step to realizing our collective dream, the Bangsamoro dream for self-governance. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Madam. Attorney Bacani, you're recognized of AIG. Later will be, when we're done with this group of resource persons, we're going to also listen to the representative of the Chief Minister, Attorney Norman, for the statement also of the Chief Minister. So, yes, you're
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Legarda, Senator Ejercito. Magandang hapon po. I represent ho also as a convener of the Independent Election Monitoring Center. No? Ito hong IEMC, kasama ho yung NAMFREL dito, yung PPCRV, yung CSAT, and mga universities ho sa Cotabato, kasama na rin ho yung CCA. No? So talagang minonitor ho namin ito, Mr. Chair and Honorable Senators. Alam niyo ho, ang problema ho natin ngayon, hindi lang yung mag-election tayo agad. Okay? But the election should be credible. Kasi ang problema ho talaga natin ngayon, ang monitoring ho namin, talaga hong napakababa na ng tiwala ng tao no, sa Bangsamoro, sa institution ng election. Okay? And our fear ho, kung wala silang tiwala sa election, wala rin silang tiwala sa institutions. Okay ha? So kaya napakahalaga nito na unang-una, people are confused. Okay, the rules kept on changing, ano? And ang tingin nila, taga sinasadya yung pagbabago nito, pagbabago para wala lang eleksyon, ano? Kaya siguro it's high time, no? Kaya alam mo, napansin ko rin, wala naman talagang pag-uusap between BTA and COMELEC, ano? Before a law is even passed, ano? Kasi kami monitor, partner kami ng COMELEC Okay, I asked Chairman George, hindi, di ba sinabi niya kanina, hindi pa nga, papag-aralan pa namin yung batas. No? Alam mo, napaka-problema natin dito. Kahit na dito sa bill na ipapasa sa Kongreso, dapat yan, yung consistent yung sa BTA, sa Congress, alam niyo ang problema dito, the issue of whether this is a continuing election or a special election. Yung sinabi ni Alga, no? Kasi pag continuing election ito, you've actually changed the rules midstream. O di ba? You abolish the political parties when supposedly this election, kasi valid pa man kaya yung nung 1-2-1-2-3. That says that this is just a continuing election. So why are you abolishing, these political parties when this is supposed to be a continuation? Now, this can only be cured by by Congress. Pero yan is if we all come together and discuss it. Now, kung kanya-kanya na lang ho nagagawa ng batas at i-implement na lang, naawa na ho ako kay Chairman George kasi talagang partner namin, hindi na ho nila alam kung ano na ang nangyayari. No? So kaya ho, as election monitors, on behalf of the citizens of the BARMM, kung pwede lang ho, our policymakers, can you sit down? Sabi ko nga ho, wala bang Viber group itong mga to? No? And then be open to amending. Amending again. May time pa naman after na mag-usap kayo ng COMELEC. Kasi talagang, can you imagine, yung women or yung settler, bobotohin ng lahat. Sabi namin, talaga namang captured na naman ng mga politiko yon. Bakit? Kasi yung mga politiko naman, black voting yan So they'll just come up with their own candidate for woman. Everybody will, babae man o lalaki o youth yan. Boto kasi at large So will that be really representing the women's group? But I totally agree na that system nung dati has to be reformed. Okay ha? Kasi talaga namang na-monitor namin na talagang dysfunctional din yan. Can you imagine si Chairman George, ilan ang natanggap nila? 1,500. Ang kanilang na-accredit, 300. But can you imagine that 1,500 have been accredited by the ministries? Di ba? Di ba? Hindi. Ministries, meron silang certification. So anong basis ngayon ni COMELEC to say na hindi yan legitimate when the ministries have actually recognized it? Pero sila, may sarili din silang rules. It's because may mga kulang. Kaya sinasabi na namin kina COMELEC doon, talagang kailangan ayusin natin ito. This is totally, talagang talagang ang gulo-gulo. Kaya naman, I appreciate that there was effort on the part of the BTA as well. But of course, if you want to cure something, be sure na you don't create new problems. So yun lang aking dito, ang pinaka-problema talaga yung abolition. But if Congress says that this is a special election, all the voters, new voters can participate, etc. So that's one. Number two is the issue of term and synchronization. Ang sa IMC ho, we believe na desynchronized na ho ito. Kasi this will help, kasi ang kailangan ho to bring trust, to restore trust, dalawa ho yan, stability tsaka consistency. Ayaw na ho ng tao yung unpredictability. Okay ha? Kapag ginawa ho natin yan, na binawasan pa natin yung term nung bago, yun nga hong BTA, 6 na taon na dyan appointed lang. Yung naboto, 1.5 years lang uupo. Hindi naman siguro makatarungan yun para sa tao, no? Okay. Pero kapag lumampas ka naman dyan, kasi may isang proposal din na, 24 years na, no? Hindi rin naman tama yon. Alam niyo po, Mr. Chair, parliamentary system po kasi, no? Kayo naman na nag-author niyan. Hindi po ba, pwede nga hong mag-no confidence vote So which means you can even have elections in between the regular elections, no? Kaya I think we can, we can defend that sa Supreme Court saying na asymmetric yung relations, number one. Number two, yung parliamentary system ng Bangsamoro has already been declared constitutional by the Supreme Court, no? In the case of yung province of Sulu. And which means that yung parliamentary futures are in fact also constitutional, which includes the no confidence vote. Yung no confidence vote nga after 120 days, dapat mag-eleksyon na paano pag kailangan mo pang i-synchronize? O, di ba? Kaya sabihin, ang kailangan ho talaga, 3 years na, pero kailangan di ayusin yung no confidence vote kasi hindi natin, wala ring mekanismo yan no? So kaya siguro ho, ang amin lang ho, no, as monitors, please sit down and work this out. We still have time. Kahit madali nyo namang i-amend No, nakita ko yung amendment niyo doon sa electoral code, isang araw lang O, di ba? Kaya ako nagulat nung district, ang tagal-tagal, pero yun, mabilis no? Which means kayang-kaya. So kami ho, nasasabi na ho namin ito because of our, we feel so frustration, nakita pa namin dito, nagdebate pa kayo, no? That's already a law, no? So we are not here, to witness to a debate of the parliament. You've already finished passing it, Sa akin lang, pag may problema, you go to the Supreme Court, no? So kung doon na kayo. Pero kung pwede lang ho sana, yung mga pupunta sa Supreme Court, pwede ho ba dalhin nyo na agad? Pag naging effective? Kasi para naman ho matapos na ho ito at makapag-election na tayo. Kasi ang sa tao ho talaga, sinasadya na ho natin to para hindi na magka-election and you will continue in office, no, in whatever, no, in perpetuity, no, so which is very bad for the peace process. So yun lang ho ang aming appeal as independent monitors. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Kaya sanabi ko kanina, ayaw natin maging katawa-tawa. Itong ginawa nating Bangsamoro Organic Law and Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. It has to be credible. You're absolutely correct. The only way to be able to give them credibility is a vote of the people. A mandate, a true mandate. Not just by an appointment of one person, but a mandate from the people. So thank you for that, Attorney. Now we'd like to recognize, of course, from NAFREL, Sir Mr. Angel Averia. Sir?
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair and Senator Ernesto. At sa ating mga kasamahan sa BTA at ang ating colleagues sa gobyerno, pati na rin po sa COMELEC. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Hindi ko na po i-enumerate lahat kasi marami na po nasabi. But as a member, as part of the Independent Election Monitoring Center, we support yung sinabi ni Attorney Bacani for the IEMC. Ang sasabihin ko na lamang ay yung aking conclusion doon sa statement namin sa NAMFREL na, kinaharap ng COMELEC kasi constitutional, legal, and operational hurdles to address these elections for going through. Pero ang hiling na nga lang po namin ay bilisan na ng Kongreso itong pagsasabatas na ito. Hindi lamang bilisan, kundi kailangan kasi nating gawin ang halalan at hindi lang gawin nating tama. Yun na lamang po.
Maraming salamat, Sir Averia. Mr. Averia. Justice Ascuna, would you like to give a final parting statement, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to remind everybody that the Constitution says that the votes cast must be representative of the constituent units. And because you're electing a sectoral way of voting, you should make the sectors representative of the districts. Constituent units are the districts. So it's not enough to have sectors. The sectors as registered by COMELEC should be representative of the constituent units. Otherwise, the Supreme Court might invalidate the whole thing again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice. Kong, you want to say a parting statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For us, we will support this in Congress, no, to expedite the election, the dates of the election. I would like to partner with the Senate with regards to this move, no, and then I'm so excited sa magiging resulta because this is a unique form of government, parliamentary, and maybe kung mag-succeed ito sa Bangsamoro, then maybe kung meron tayong future plans sa national, then we can adopt the same. Thank you very much, and I hope that we will succeed in all our efforts.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, of course, quickly just jokingly ask the BTA, is that a good system for us in the national government? Yung ginagawa niyo sa parliament dyan? Later on, we'll review, of course, the minutes and the data, historical data that you've gone. And if it's a better system, then why not, no? That we're doing there. We'd like to recognize the representative of the Chief Minister, Attorney Norman Bantuas, for the Chief Minister's position paper on the matter. Sir?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My courtesy and respect to the Subcommittee Chair, Juan Miguel Zubiri, Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator G.V. Ejercito, and Senator Lauren Ligarda, colleagues in the public service, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I appear before today on behalf of the Chief Minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, with deep respect for these honorable committees and with sincere appreciation to the opportunity of to participate in the initial deliberation on Senate Bill number 1587. This proposed measure concerns a milestone long anticipated by the Bangsamoro people, the conduct of the first regular parliamentary elections and the transition from an interim appointed authority to a government vested with direct democratic mandate. At the outset, allow me to state our position clearly. The Bangsamoro government fully respects and supports the principle of democratic election as the proper means of constituting representative government. The holding of regular parliamentary elections marks the natural progression of the Bangsamoro political process from transition to democratic normalization, consistent with the intent of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the Constitution. At the same time, we fully recognize that the authority to determine the manner, conditions, and timing of such elections lies exclusively with Congress in the exercise of its legislative prerogative. We therefore appear before these honorable committees not to advance a particular position on scheduling, but to participate constructively in the deliberate process and to place relevant institutional developments on record for the committee's consideration. The Bangsamoro transition was conceived as a temporary political arrangement designed to establish the institutional, legal, and governance foundation necessary for democratic self-rule. In this context, the conduct of regular parliamentary elections represents not merely a procedural requirement, but a defining step in the maturation of the Bangsamoro political system.
It signifies the shift from an interim authority to a parliamentary constituted by the direct will of the electorate, thereby reinforcing legitimacy, accountability, and democratic responsibility. The Bangsamoro government has consistently maintained that the transition is not an end in itself. Rather, it is a means toward democratic normalization where political authority is exercised through institutions grounded in popular mandate and constitutional process. It is from this perspective that we respectfully submit our participation into this deliberation, confident that the Senate will determine the appropriate legislative course consistent with the constitutional principle, democratic objectives, and long-term stability of the Bangsamoro. In closing, the Bangsamoro government reiterates its full support for the Senate Bill number 1587 and for the overarching objective it seeks to achieve, the timing, orderly, and credible conduct of the first regular parliamentary election in the BARMM. Maraming salamat po and thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you very much, Attorney. So, how about the members of the BTA? Anyone else would like to give their opinion, reaction? Si Mayor, Mayor Masud, please, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Much has been said already about the proposed bill where the Senate is going to enact. And our observation is that, and we support the idea of enacting a bill the soonest possible time. And I would like our support to the law that should be enacted, that is Senate Bill number 1587. The special geographic area which I now represent, being the Vice Chairman of the Special Geographic Area Development Authority, the body that handles the governance in the Special Geographic Area, which is I'm the Vice Chairman, supports the passage of the bill. While democratic transition is a priority, the integrity of the vote is paramount also. No? In other words, we see to it that it must be clean and honest, credible election. We believe that resetting the election on September, we are for the September enactment of the postponement. September 26 is a necessary step to ensure that the unique administrative challenges of the special geographic area and a broader BARMM are fully addressed. We mention of the, I would like also to mention, because last time when the creation for a province of Moro province, I was also one of the resource person, and I posed for the renaming of the province. I'm taking this opportunity to re-mention it to be Moro province, and we request the Congress or both houses that it will be also enacted as soon as possible time, so that we can also enjoy paramount right of suffrage in the special geographic area as far as local government is concerned. Now, therefore, we believe that moving the election date on September 26 provides necessary breathing room to ensure that no voter in the special geographic area is disenfranchised and that the integrity of the BARMM's transition is upheld. So we therefore thank Senator Mig Zubiri and the rest of the senators who are here for their foresight in filing this bill, and respectfully urge the committee to recommend its immediate passage. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you. Maraming salamat po. I believe other members of the BARMM, the BTA would also like to be recognized. Yes, Madam, please. Yeah, let's speed it up na lang siguro para we can go home early today. But please, we recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As one of the deputy speakers of the Bangsamoro Parliament, I would like to express my support to this bill, Senate Bill 1587. And just for information of the women in the Bangsamoro, under the amended Bangsamoro Electoral Code, women have greater chances of having seat in the parliament because we've adopted like a zipper approach, meaning for every 3 political party nominees, there should be 1 woman nominee. So it will ensure more chances of women getting seat in the Bangsamoro Parliament. Thank you po.
That's good to hear. Thank you very much. How about Member of Parliament, Ms. Wari? Would you like to make a statement? We'll pass it. Okay. Yes, please, Attorney.
Magandang hapon po, Senator Mig Zubiri, Senator Legarda, and Senator J.V. Ejercito. Ako po ay si Attorney Bong Parcasio, member po ng Parliament at Secretary General po ng Mahardika Party, isang partido na inorganize ng Mauro National Liberation Front under the chairmanship of Chairman Normiswari. I'll just read our position paper, just a portion of that, which we will submit later. The right of suffrage is a fundamental pillar of democracy, serving as the primary mechanism through which citizens exercise their sovereignty and participate in the governance of their country. Thus, ultimately, the victim of election postponement is the Bangsamoro voter. In Jeronimo versus Ramos, the Supreme Court has ruled that the importance of people's choice must be the paramount consideration in every election, for the Constitution has vested in them the right to freely select by secret ballot in clean elections the men and women who shall make laws for them or govern in their name and behalf. The people have a natural and constitutional right to participate directly in the form of government under which they live. Such a right is among the most important and sacred of the freedoms inherent in a democratic society, and one which must be most vigilantly guarded if a people desires to maintain through self-government for themselves and their posterity a genuinely functioning democracy in which the individual may, in accordance with law, have a voice in the form of his government and in the choice of the people who will run that government for him. In the BARMM context, the repeated postponement of elections represents more than just a logistical delay. It is a direct challenge to the constitutional rights of the over 2.25 million voters. While the new requirement of Parliamentary Bill 419, such as the 5,000-member threshold for parties, aim for inclusivity, they must be used as a justification for indefinite delay. Protecting the timeline of suffrage is essential to fulfilling the promise of the peace process. As a cornerstone of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, the right to vote is an inalienable power that should not be sacrificed for administrative convenience or transitional expediency. While an appointed interim government may maintain regional operations, it inherently lacks the democratic legitimacy and mandated accountability that only a popular election can bestow. By delaying the transition from an appointed body to an elected parliament, the voices of the Bangsamoro people are effectively silenced, denying them the opportunity to choose representatives who reflect their current aspirations and are directly answerable to the electorate. Ultimately, protecting the timeline of suffrage is essential to fulfilling the promise of the peace process and ensuring that the regional government remains a true reflection of the will of its people. From a legal and fiscal perspective, the persistent postponement of the BARMM election risks the sunk cost of billions of pesos already invested in preparatory administrative activities. In the realm of public finance, recurring delays can be characterized as fiscal waste, as previously funded tasks such as the voter registration drives, precinct remapping, and the initial logistics of ballot preparation must often be repeated or updated when a new schedule is set. By fixing a definitive date for September 2026, the government can mitigate this risk by utilizing the 1.2 billion already returned to the COMELEC's 2026 budget, effectively treating it as a continuing appropriation rather than requiring a massive, redundant, new funding bill. This approach aligns with the principle of fiscal responsibility, ensuring that the billions of taxpayer pesos already committed to the peace process and democratic transition are not rendered unnecessary expenditures by indefinite legislative shifts, but are instead used to secure a legitimate elected regional government. To move forward effectively, the COMELEC and the National Congress must forge a synchronized partnership to resolve the current electoral limbo plaguing the BARMM. And for what Attorney from the IAG said earlier, add to this is the BARMM. No? So national government, National Congress, COMELEC, and the BARMM must forge a synchronized partnership to resolve the current electoral limbo plaguing the BARMM. This collaboration is necessitated by a complex series of legal shifts, most notably the Supreme Court 2024 ruling that excluded the province of Sulu from the region and the subsequent invalidation of previous redistricting laws. Because these rulings fundamentally changed the region's composition, the original March 30, 2026 election date was declared operationally impossible by COMELEC just last month. Thus, the most critical pillar of this journey is the establishment of a clear legislative mandate through the passage of a specific law fixing the election for September or a later date within this year. As of early 2026, of course, let me just mention this, House Bill 7226 was filed by Representative Zaya Alonto, adjunct, to formalize this date, aiming to fill the statutory gap created by the lost seats from Sulu and the need for new precinct assignments. By codifying September 2026 as the official deadline, or of a later date of this year, Congress provides COMELEC with necessary legal weight for COMELEC to, number one, mobilize the budget for the new registration requirements under Parliamentary Bill 419, such as reopen candidate filings and conduct of voter education. Number two, open the window for the 3-month preparatory period, which includes registration, convention, and MIPPE. Number three, ensure a peaceful and credible transition to a duly elected parliament. Perforce, without such a law, any proposed schedule remains purely speculative, leaving the regional government in a state of indefinite extension and depriving the electorate of a concrete date for democratic exercise. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, and in sum, the suspension of the March 2026 polls was a necessary pause, but it must be followed by a definitive and immediate move toward an election on September on a later date within this year. Any further delay threatens the constitutional principle of synchronization, wastes precious public resources, and illegally extends the tenure of an interim government beyond its statutory life. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, sir. So anyone else who had a position paper, please submit to the committee secretary for our records. And maybe final words from our dear colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been very enlightening. Before we close our hearing, I would like to know whether there's already a meeting of minds regarding the alleged or purported marginalization of the vulnerable, marginalized groups, etc., because of the passage of this new legislation, but the chair's suggestion to have a fast-track lane for those already accredited. We leave it to the better judgment. I'm certain with quick action and wisdom of the chair, they would ensure that the already accredited marginalized groups would be accredited because nadaanan na yung proseso. Oo. Tama naman po sila na hindi kailangan ulitin yung napakahaba, the arduous, difficult process in a difficult time. So you kindly find a way. Is that our solution? Yes. And if I can request a deadline for that definitive solution, taking into consideration the law that it says kailangan iset aside. But set aside, but if they resubmit, yun dati naman, it's a one fast-track lane. So perhaps to assuage also the anxiety, I would feel the same. Marginalized na nga, tapos may ganyan nangyaring batas na hindi maliwanag, then uncertainty would lead to further conflict, which we don't need, especially at this time. So, Mr. Chair, when is the soonest possible time we could have the implementing rules and regulations, taking into consideration the clear statement in the law without circumventing it or violating it, but a resubmission is deemed
Thank you very
compliance.
much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor. I think the law, the BAAP 88 that they enacted and promulgated provides for an effectivity clause, meaning it will not be effective until published. And until today, I think it's not yet signed by the Chief Minister, or if it is signed by the Chief Minister, it will still have to be published, and there will be a 15-day period before the law can take effect. And that is the only time that the COMELEC can move and can act after the effectivity. Likewise, I think BAA 88, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, provides for that the COMELEC should come up with an IRR 30 days after the effectivity of the same. So only after the 30-day period can the COMELEC come up with an IRR, and then that's perhaps the only time after the IRR that we will open the filing of accreditation by new and even the old sectoral organizations and political parties.
We take note of that. Thank you for walking us through. As always, he is very clear in his decisions. Yes, clear and thorough. So 30 days and 15 days, let's say it's 60 days, more or less, before you can come up. And it's February to March to April. So by April 15 latest, the COMELEC would have a clear-cut decision on the shortest, easiest, fastest way that already accredited groups may avail of the fast-track lanes, in the words of the chair. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's a meeting of, in short, there's a meeting of the minds, and the intention is never to set aside to marginalize the already marginalized groups, especially our women, our elders, our indigenous peoples, and the non-Muslim communities.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Your Honor, we intend to do that. We intend to include
Thank
that
you.
in the IRR, a fast lane for those who were previously accredited, although the accreditations were set aside.
Yes.
Without compromising, of course, or violating the equal protection
Yes.
to everyone.
Yes,
Definitely,
sir.
Your Honor.
Mr. President, since Secretary Galvez is here. I'm not certain this was mentioned earlier. I'd like to reiterate, though, that in compliance with the long pending agreement, in the peace agreement, which was never funded, the GAA 2026, through the leadership of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, through our hearings like this, it wasn't even in the agenda. When he mentioned, nga, ang tagal nang walang pondo ang scholarship ng mga anak ng mga combatants, and we jointly worked on it. So the 850 million, I believe, for the scholarships of the children of our combatants, which was largely ignored years past. I hope that information can be spread, shared to our people, especially the MILF, because this was part of the peace agreement, which has been pending for so long. This is in,
He mentioned,
he mentioned, in state universities. Oo.
yeah, he
Sana,
mentioned your initiative.
yes, yes. Tayo yun. Oh, and Senator Sherwin, importante. Tapos gusto ko lang banggitin din, I filed a bill, SBN 532, creating the National Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for the Bangsamoro. Yes, so this is referred to the Committee on Local Government, and this is really, I will request my brother here, the chair, kung maganda mag-subcommittee tayo, it's been filed, kung papayag lang yung chair, this is to address historical injustices and other issues. Maybe this could be the saving grace, really, to address those issues. So, yes, you join me in espousing for this, for the creation of the National Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for the Bangsamoro. So, actually, marami pa ito, pero okay na po, importante, may meeting of the minds. Yes, we hear you, hindi po minamarginalize. Thank you for the allowing my 2007 pala, hindi 2013 yung bill ko, 207 pa. So, this was almost 20 years, 2026, 19 years ago, naisip ko na kayo. Hindi ko akalain gagamitin yung inspirasyon. Pero hindi ako yung nagsabing set aside. Walang ganon. Maliban sa set aside. Yun. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to our very hardworking colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda, who, by the way, will be having a meeting, I think, with the Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum. Yes.
It depends on your schedule. There's a meeting on February 13. Nagkasundo na ang lahat. We're waiting for your schedule because you have to be there. It's a Friday. If you agree, it will proceed on the 13th. They asked me dapat sana 13. If
Wala
you
ako 13 kasi it's a long weekend. That's a long
Oo nga
Valentine's weekend. Mahirap kasi yung walang Valentine's.
Kasi
Yung mga walang Valentine's,
kasi
willing magtrabaho.
sa mga family man, syempre long weekend ganon. Ako kasi hanggang Biyernes dito at saka Sabado minsan nandito ako sa opisina eh. Yung mga walang Valentine nagtatrabaho maski weekends.
I was hoping, Madam, we can move it a week after siguro.
If the week after, we will leave it to them. But
Yes.
you have to be there.
That's yes, absolutely, ma'am. Thank you.
The co-chair. Yes.
Yes,
Thank you
Attorney
po.
Shah, could we move it kaya a week after? Kaya pa ya?
Meron pong
Communication
meeting
ng
kami
House.
yesterday ng mga members po ng contingent from the Bangsamoro. May reservations lang po ng Ramadan, sir. So the Ramadan will start, inshallah, 17 or 18. Kaya baka mga March 20 po yung Eid. After na lang po, if you are okay with it, sir.
At saka may ang house. Lie. Ang house, hindi rin sila pwede.
Yung house is hindi rin available ng February 13.
After Ramadan na sila.
So after Ramadan.
This morning,
Yeah.
wala na. Day before Ramadan, no more.
Idil Fitir.
Which you authored.
Yes. Again, a little historical note. I was a very young senator, first term, when I authored the Idil Fitir and the Idil Adha.
That's
First,
right. Idil Adha.
yes. It was magkasama sa isang panukalang batas. Hindi ko na sabihin kung sino, may nagkontra. Bakit daw dalawang holiday? Hindi naman nila intindihan ang kahalagahan ng Idil Fitir, Idil Adha. At tayo lang ang ASEAN country kasi na may malaking Muslim population na ganito na hindi walang Idil Fitir at that time. So, tinanggal sa aking panukalang batas ang Adha. So, sa next term ko ay inauthor ko rin yung Adha. Pero dapat sa una ko palang termino na pasa na yung Idil Fitir, Idil Adha. Yun. So, naging RA 9177 yung Fitir, nauna siya. Yung Adha 9849, that was the next Congress pa kasi pinutol nila yung aking adikain na ipagsama sa isang batas. Alam ni Nabil, yan. 1998 pa final. Anyway, historical note. Sige, thank you. Thank you.
Maraming
thank you.
alam na historical knowledge ito si Madam kasi alam mo naman, one of our senior members, not in age, but in service. In service. So, let's just recap. Before we adjourn, we just like to recap. So we have achieved the few things today. Number one is the BAA 86 and other related BAs have complied, as what we have seen today, complied with the Supreme Court decision, the Constitution, the BOL, and other existing laws. Number two, we will reset the first regular session for the BARMM Parliament September of this year to synchronize with the House version, preferably on the second Monday of September. I'm not sure which is the House, first Monday ba? Second Monday of September. And that with this election date, the COMELEC will have sufficient time to prepare for the elections, including the registration of voters and political and sectoral parties. At least, number three, that at least the resolution of the BTA, we might need this, gentlemen and ladies of the BTA, a resolution of the BTA Parliament be passed expressing that the conduct of the first regular election of the BARMM Parliament is primordial consideration over the plebiscite over the division of the municipality of Datu Sinsuat. And that plebiscite can happen after the first regular elections of the BARMM Parliament. That will also be able to guide the COMELEC na diretso na po tayong preparation sa election. And at number four, the next regular election shall be held every 3 years. I am in the agreement that we should protect the mandate of 3 years for the members of the parliament. Meaning, since this will be a special law, we will not synchronize the succeeding BARMM Parliament regular elections with the national and local elections. And that also gives us time to focus on the regional elections in the BARMM each time. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much, guys. This is a big step forward towards peace and progress. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. We now instruct our staff and committee secretary to prepare the committee report based on the discussions and agreements. And I commit to you that we will pass this third and final reading before our break this March. So maraming salamat po. God bless you all. This hearing is hereby adjourned.